let us know when the live stream is ready?
You are live, sir.
Mr. Rice, we're ready for you.
All right, I call the facility committee meeting to order. We're gonna
We
start
don't
with,
have any public comment. I don't
there is no public comment?
I just want to note for the community that Ms. Cullen is participating via phone, so she is on the phone call.
Mr. Cormack is running late, and I believe
Mr. Ward is
Mr.
also.
Wars is running late as
Yeah.
well. So we might as well start with Sir Logic's presentation.
Hi, good evening. We've missed you guys. It's been a couple months.
We missed you too.
We'll make up for it. Hopefully we'll keep it short today. Sean, you got the clicker? Or?
Yep.
It will be short.
Real fast. Boom, 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 boom. Tonight's 5 big topics is 2023 capital maintenance. There's some additional items lingering from this year that the administration and SiteLogic recommend and would like to put forth in front of the committee and recommending and moving forward with. Then the next item is the 2024 capital maintenance, and that's a look forward. First time the group's looking at 2024 and beyond from projects, and we have some hard pricing available now, a lot earlier than we've had in the past. Potential capital projects, these are some old, some new. Then we'll go into the change orders that related to the garage, salt shed, and site work project that are underway for the last couple months. And then we'll talk about going future next month and kind of give you guys a look forward. Thank you, Sean. So in 2023 capital maintenance, we will are proposing an amendment number 8 to the Guaranteed Energy Savings Agreement. It'll capture the largest component is establishment of an owner allowance to address some septic sand mound issues at Bedminster and Grass Elementary School. Presently, the district is experiencing some issues at Bedminster. We've conducted some investigatory work and determined those items, and at the same time, that contractor is, it's a finicky item where they can't guarantee what it is and how where they might find more stuff as they're progressing with the work. And so in this particular case, an owner allowance is appropriate. Grass, the district only has 2 septic drain fields, and it's all of its facilities, and Grass Elementary School is the other one and has a similar age. And so the administration recommended, hey, after you're here, go make sure that one doesn't have any issues after the fact. And that same owner allowance will capture that one. So it's a $100,000 owner allowance, which would be refundable on whatever's not used. And then of that is the taxes, insurance, and some of the non-refundable expenses. The bottom 2 line items are a couple trades that are associated with 2023. One is associated with the temporary kitchen at South Middle School that is underway right now. The work progress is right now they're still demoing. They're about to start saw cutting concrete next week. That's going fantastic, and thank you very much to all of the team in planning that and implementing that, particularly the staff at South Middle School and the food service group. There we have we were going to reimburse the district for the trucking and the rental costs associated with preparing the hot meals at Central Middle School and bringing them over to South Middle School. And there's a ongoing maintenance item there with some terrazzo right outside the kitchen. Figured we'd trade that. Actually favors the district. I believe Mr. Harper can speak a little bit more about the expenses, but I believe the expenses are a lot less than the value of the terrazzo, so it favors the district. In the second from the bottom there's a new storage container that we've purchased and handed over to the district, so it's property that's now owns to you. We, as part of last year, you guys had contracted the energy project to address the water valve box at the O&M building. That's also purchased with your prime contract with Nice Construction on the current garage, and that is where you're raising the valves. It's actually right next to the Dunkin' Donuts property line. So you've purchased it twice. It favors the district to have Nice just do it right there. So this is a swap again, so you're not paying for things twice, and you're able to then get reimbursed for what you've already bought. So it's not like you're gonna expect a change order to counter that. The total is 125,970. That'll be on the June agenda, with the schedules of swapping around with the committees to get the 10-day notice. We'll kick it into the June board meeting. Any questions on amendment number 8? The capital maintenance project, so in February was our first hard look as a group as the 2024 plan. And remember, we're going from January 1 to December 31 from 2024. Last year, we were looking at 2023 in August and September. And we had the market had that big fluctuation. And it was right after you guys had approved your budget. And it was very problematic from a cost management going forward here. This year, the strategy jointly between SiteLogic and the administration was, let's try to do this concurrently as much as we can with the budget process and get as many costs known ahead of time. The nice thing about this is it allows the district time. So as we have these hard prices come in, as we do now, everybody knows what we have, and the group, and particularly the administration and the board, can make decisions of pulling scope off, delaying it, moving the chess pieces around if they wanted to hit a certain number, or be able to budget accordingly for that. As we go in here, remember there's a second component, a public bid component for the site work, the asphalt component that we've had every year for the last couple of years. That's just going to be targeted for August. Here is the renovation work for Grass Elementary School, fuel oil tank, getting it from underground, bringing it up at Guth, putting it above ground. You have 2 more buildings, the district has 2 more buildings that have duplicate control work. This will be the second to last summer of control work. Will be at Diebler. And then the 4th component is the historic masonry parapet at South Middle School. Right now, on the east elevation, there's some water infiltration. Getting to that historic precast cap, getting back and actually making it into 2 classrooms where every time there's a rain event, the custodial staff is doing some mitigation with some towels. And so this will actually address all 4 sides of that, and that is all hard priced. You could make that award in June if you wanted to. This is what we're sharing, but we have time here. So the far left column is February 2023, when we last got together. Since then, there's been a significant scope add to some of those projects, namely the Grass Elementary School renovation, the kitchen renovation. It went from a project that was like a lot of equipment switch outs, say medium to small from a renovation complexity size-wise, to a 20-year, let's not come back in 20 years, renovation. So new freezer, new dishwasher system, new equipment, ripping up floors, ripping out ceilings, basically what we're doing at South Middle School 2.0. Only this has a bigger footprint. The existing dishwasher system's across the hall, and so they'll convert that to additional storage space. So a lot of pathways right now that intersect with adjacent services, so the janitorial, custodials have some access into the kitchen, but right now the dry goods store, the dry goods of the food have to come through the kitchen, go back, and we're realigning all of that and moving the freezer to be next to the fridge, or fridge next to the freezer, right?
Right.
Got that mix matched.
Right.
So the middle column is basically our best attempt at taking February's numbers, adjusting for cost and dollar inflation, and as well as scope, additional scope, to get basically an adjusted February version. And that comes out to about from 2.6 to 3.4 on just this component, this slice of the pie. The bids that the pricing that we have received, payments out to a total of 3.8. You can see some are higher, some are competitive. Overall, where we're at on this, and this goes into the next slide, is some recommendations we have, again, available, is some potential budget mitigation strategies. And that's the next slide. is, again, the district has time, and you don't have to rush into this. If this numbers come, there's portions of this that we're very comfortable with, we think are very favorable. The market was, the market wasn't taking advantage of the district by any stretch of the imagination. So at this point, those type of mitigations are going to favor removal of scope in more cases than not, which is really just pushing that work to the following year. So the district's not saving money, it's delaying cost. So of these items, we've already attacked 2 of the green ones, basically because the committee meeting got pushed a week, bought us some time, so we took advantage of it. On the controls work at Diabler, we went and repriced the entire job last week. The entire job, and we picked up some savings by introducing some open protocol vendors that had Johnson Controls and their local vendor sharpen their pencil, and we were to pass that on. And then the masonry side of things, that particular subcontractor, this is where you guys have leverage. Contractors will reduce their cost in order to secure future work. And then, as in the case here, it was, hey, this particular project is on the ropes. Is there any help that you can in order to help secure the work or make it more attractive to move forward? And sure enough, they're willing to, they applied a discount. The one with the X is something we debated internally with Mr. Harper. This is a strategy where at the controls we try to take advantage and bring current some things that are newer technology or newer ways and newer features. But for the most part, the project is a 1-for-1 switch out. You're not doing a tremendous rehab, but you're taking advantage of that, and that would be a degradation of the end product. It's from a cost benefit. You probably don't want to not do it because you're not going to touch controls for a long time. And that was after the recommendation from Mr. Harper. Is let's not go after that budget mitigation strategy. The other ones here, things like there's 4 sides to the South Middle School. We could just do the one that has the problem right now and delay the other 3 to subsequent years. You do run the risk of you might have 2 different tones as you do the work. You might have to come back and get the acid rain off or whatnot, but it's the problem is solved. That's an idea to reduce cost, but again, that's a short-term gain. We're still going to incur that cost over time. Another item that, since we're not looking to go out to public bid on the roadway work and the sidewalk work around the high school, middle school campus and other facilities in the district, is spend time going after those, identify what might be a higher priority, might be able to go, make it another year or so, and take the time over the next several months to target that and see where do we need to be. Overall on this it's going to be a theme as we go through many of these slides tonight is the administration and SiteLogic would like to come and put a plan together, but generally that we need to know how big of a box to kind of give you guys some advice of what, is this going to be done next year or the 2 years from now, and work through that plan. Sean, Kelly, anything to add on these items?
No, just asphalt doesn't improve with age. I think the sooner we do it, the better. The same with the roof work. It'd be best to do it all sooner than later, because things just don't get better with time, and they don't get any less expensive.
And the next slides lead to what we were asked to do for tonight. If you remember the last conversation we had at facilities, we were asked by the board to reprioritize the 2024 and 2025 numbers because many of our 2023s got kicked because of an amount of money in the budget and what we had to spend, as well as bring some of the larger projects to you, as well as an overview of what the current status of the capital funding is. And so the next few slides actually walk through that. I know you have some handouts from that standpoint. So this matches the blue sheet that you have. And this is what we've done before in terms of, by year. So this is the 2024. Mr. Harper and his department has gone through and prioritized the work that is in the master list through 2025. So some of these items were 2024 items, some of these items were 2023 items. I don't know if any of these items were new, Mr. Harper, I'm looking at you as whether any of these are new to the list.
They're not in 24, they're maybe in 25, but they're not substantial.
Okay.
Correct.
And so again, you look down at the bottom, and so in a 3-month span, we've gone up about $1.4 million. Now, just over $1 million of that was the scope change to the kitchen.
Correct.
Right, so about 300,000 is the actual increase in pricing over that 3-month period. The green numbers are the ones that you have actuals for. Is that what the green highlighted means?
They're ready
if I
to go
remember
now,
that
yes,
correctly?
they're hard.
Okay, so those are hard numbers. The other ones are just better estimates based on other work you're doing and what the prices are likely to be.
Correct, and they
Yeah.
also contain some expenses that the district would perform. For instance, the first one underneath the first pair of green, I can touch this board.
You can, yeah.
I'm already
You can touch
trained,
it,
don't touch
yeah,
it. This is an item that your environmental consultant would perform. It's the actual removal of the underground storage tank at Guth and bringing that dirt back up to subgrade. Then we'll take it from there. We have the asphalt and the concrete from there.
Now, if I'm reading that correctly, about $7 million of this is paving, right?
Correct.
So could we go ahead 2 slides and have Mr. Harper explain the scope of the paving for 2024? Because I think it's after the 2025 slide. There it is. Right, I believe it's everything we're looking at, but Mr. Harper, could you walk us through the scope of the paving that we're recommending for 2024?
Yeah, so if you look at this slide, on the left side of this is the high school. It's not apparent, but the busy section to the bottom left in gray is the parking directly outside for the high school and the students. You can see the track above. That gives you a reference point. That's Hellman Stadium. So you see the Hellman Stadium is in blue. It's kind of faint, but it touches that. And there's various components of how restoration is secured through this. The different colors are just a different type of either seal coating or full depth restoration. In the end, everything will be like new, everything that you see here. So going from left to right, that's the high school campus. In the middle is North Middle School between the pink lanes. And to the right of that is the district support center, the front lot in blue, and the back existing bus lot right there. All of that paving, once it's done, will complete the entire campus of restoration for paving. Everyone's driven through the campus. We have cracks and potholes. This will finish off the entire campus from the northwest side. It happens this summer, all the way across to the district support center. We'll have all refreshed paving.
And it's what the township is holding the line of credit, the letter of credits on. So
Any
the last
questions on
phase.
that drawing? You've seen different versions of this drawing with all the areas marked. Areas 1, 2, and 3 were to the left of the high school, and we ended up doing 2 of those 3 areas. We pushed the other area off, the other new parking. Off to the right, we have 2 new parking lots. Sierra, would you point to the 2 new parking lots? There's the transportation one, and then the new student lot. That's why they're not being touched. Those are the ones that were done last summer, and so those are brand new. So everything else would match that in terms of the piece.
Correct.
So, one quick question about the parking lots. I know that the township has rules about how many trees they need, every certain amount of space and all those pieces. And I can't remember where I was, but I was somewhere in the same township, and there was a parking lot that didn't have all that, and I'm like, maybe there can be exceptions, because my feeling is when we're looking at that and you see where you're putting in those trees, within the parking lot, and it's taking up spaces, and we're already limited with parking as it is. If we didn't have to do that, if we could get an exception from the township, we could fit in so many more parking spaces, plus it would save us money when they're plowing, because they wouldn't have to keep going around all those areas if it was one big open parking lot. Is it possible to have conversations with the township to say, please make an exception and let us optimize our space in this parking lot so that it's more cost effective for us to maintain it? Repaving it would be more cost effective too if it's one big open area, and it gives us more parking spots, which means we don't have to keep adding extra space, right? Because we're able to accomplish more in less space.
So spot on suggestion. Those conversations were had with the, particularly East Rock Hill Township last fall. You might remember some of the going back and forth related to the salt shed and hitting up to the maximum allowable impervious square footage. So it's not the trees that we're hitting up against, it's the maximum allowed of non-pervious surface area. And the township supervisors did express interest to work with the district at the time. I had offered to work with the district at the time, but the next step in that is putting together a plan of what the district would want from additional impervious square footage standpoint. It also, the calculation also includes lot number 2, which is not part of this 6.9. That was, again, as part of budget management and paying for some of the other projects, further pushed down on the plan. In order to come off of the line of credit, we would probably likely need to submit a revised plan to get that approved, to pull that off and push that completely. But to your point, that study is really in the district's court.
So, Mr. Cormack is the chair of finance. He also happens to live in East Rock Hill conveniently. Facilities. I meant to say facilities, which is what we're in.
You just had your number.
So I'm wondering if maybe Mr. Cormack and Mr. Harper can sit down and have a conversation with the East Rock Hill supervisors and see if they can give us a little more leeway and talk through maybe the best ways to get those exceptions so we can optimize our space here.
Sounds like fun.
Not to volunteer you two, but I'm volunteering you two.
Are those spaces being redone, like those gaps, because I think it's every 12 spots that we have to put the gap. Are those gaps being taken out and rebuilt, or are we paving around those gaps?
We're paving around the green areas, so there's
Yes.
curbs,
Yes,
and there's islands with grass and trees.
yes.
Megan certainly has a lot of valid points, the snow and the grass cutting, but I believe the township, it would be an exception if they said yes. Would I love it to be open? That would make things easy, but they typically put them in for traffic controls, as much as they're a pain in the butt for what we have to do to maintain it. It's about how traffic flows and parking. We can ask the questions for sure.
Well, my question for site logic would be then, that it would change the scope because we are then removing and actually adding paving. We're not just covering up what we already have there. So I just want to make sure we understand if there's a cost change, if we were to make that change as well or not.
It would be.
If it, and how significant that would be if they would give us, even if they would give us permission.
It
That
would
we need to
be.
make sure we measure both.
And they would also likely run us through some of the stormwater requirements again. Curbs, in as much as you see the grass, and you see how I can't hit my bumper through, some of those curbs actually do combine with the grade of things direct stormwater to a curb inlet so that it goes to this pond or that pond, or it goes to that gully, or it goes there, or it goes there. And when you eliminate that, you get the sheathing. And so they'll probably run us through the stormwater calculations. That's probably the longest time impact, particularly if they make us go through resubmittal to NPDES. That's generally a 4 to 6 month impact.
How
But
old
we
is
can
the-
certainly see what they say.
Yeah, how old is the pavement?
I would say it's probably 18 years
Oh,
old.
wow, okay.
Well,
How old are the curbs?
Same,
Same years?
yeah.
What kind of price you got for us?
and I think there's, which spaces are additional parking, like that front one, right? Which ones, don't we have one,
Two's over there.
the one that we're at, the ones that were, so there's
This was
areas.
And that was added.
Okay, so even if even if in having those conversations, it makes sense not to do that in the new spaces, but to leave them in the old spaces, I just think it'd be worth you know, and maybe you should be in the conversation as well because of the logistics of carrying it out and all of that, but I think it'd be helpful to have the conversation, maybe do what you think is, see what you can get and what makes sense, you know, and balancing all of the factors that you were just talking about.
And keep in mind, lot number 2, you can, it's a similar process, but probably less impactful to NPDS to reconfigure that. That's impervious square footage that you already have approved. So if you repurpose it, particularly in that area, it's probably less impactful. There was already some stormwater design, new structures included in that, but modifying that in that vicinity could achieve what you're looking for with even a net savings if you don't make them as big or go as big on that lot.
So if we have the first conversation with East Rock Hill to see whether it's even, like what they'll allow us to even talk about. And then once we know what they'll allow us to talk about, we'll need to do some cost stuff. So I'm sorry, I want to talk to the top Mr.
Oh, so basically you're robbing Peter to pay Paul, so you're taking some of the space that was allocated for lot 2 over here and just kind of switching, is that what you're saying?
You could do that. I was more recommending taking a look at lot 2 itself.
That was like 1.8 a year and a half ago, so
Yeah,
I'm sure that may
I
jump
think
up the price.
pushed it there.
Yeah.
It's got the escalation,
That
but
sticks
if you
in my
don't go
head.
as big, it was a rather large lot, kind of a replication, only a little bit higher. I don't know if there's an opportunity, if you're still having issues with drop off, reconfiguring in there, maybe looking at how to address that, as well as pick up some additional parking spaces. If you made it smaller than what was approved, you're saving money on not making it as big, right? Because that, even though that was a while ago, those costs are based, the budget includes today's dollars of that larger lot. And so you're looking at that. That's where I was suggesting you go over there, because that was most likely have to have the stormwater there. But yes, you could rob Peter to pay Paul and target any of the islands here.
So that way you can kind of,
Right.
still costs money.
But then you're still also, the more likely then also trigger a traffic study on the campus drive light, which really just should be a right turn signal.
Logic.
But we can do that. The township has already indicated to the district at meetings that even last year, that they're open to it. They're open to that conversation.
Yeah, I think they've been usually willing to work with us to be as helpful as possible. So.
Well,
Well, we'll say that, and then we'll say
we
the
have a
opposite.
nice
but don't.
relationship
How
with
about
them. That's a good way to put
We'll
it.
talk to them, right? Okay.
We'll talk to them, yes.
So that's summer of 2024, and then the green sheet, summer of 2025.
And this is the one that has, where you start seeing a lot of the stuff that maybe was from 2023 pushed down. You'll probably see multiple versions of this over the next several weeks as administration and the board and Site Logic can continue to decide it. Anything you particularly would like to highlight?
Mr. Harper, was there at some point like a hierarchy of needs that we identified with colors or something like that, or was it?
Yeah, that's kind of the way that these sheets developed, and it was just alternating blue-green. We started in 2020, we had a large amount of projects that were developed by the Site Logic and visited every school. We prioritized them on safety, security, and then we got down through about 5 years' worth of plans. As costs have escalated, we've kind of pushed things forward based on what's the more urgent need. I think that's what you see in 2025, the things that we pushed off kind of to last. But as prices escalate, we continue to push things beyond that based on need, and new things have come up as well.
So the ones on this sheet are the ones that we need to do versus?
Or there's still a lot of other projects that aren't, they're maybe more like ADA related in schools, maybe some interior renovations, but these are the ones that we felt were the more important ones that we need to prioritize and allocate budget to. Even 2025, some of these things, the prices may go up, we may need to shift them to other years. It's just how it's gone through.
I remember we were talking about the South Middle School auditorium, that's not on here.
There's more slides
More
coming.
slides,
Yeah.
okay,
That's one of the bigger ticket items that we never placed anywhere.
okay.
And that's part of the conversation around the availability of capital funds and other projects that we talked about, which are correct. They're not on any of these yet.
So-
It's just a PDF.
The thing I'd like to highlight out of the green spreadsheet, the 2025, is the big jump in dollars at the bottom from 8.2 to 9.5 is scope. In this particular one, we've changed the assumption, kitchen, learning from the past, from the Guth Elementary School, doing a full 20-year renovation. again, putting that in the budget as an allocation. It's not a commitment necessarily to those dollars. It's just to prevent things like we just went through a couple slides ago on Amendment 9, err on the side of caution.
Mr. Harper, is there anything on the 2025 list that you want to highlight?
I would say at this point, no, we're really more focused on 24. As we get through that and confirm things, then we start to look at 25 to say, where are those costs and what can we actually get done in 25? But no, there's not anything in particular on 25.
And I think then the next slides are taking a look at some of those larger ticket items that we have talked about but have not placed anywhere in the, we already have it up, okay.
Right. So we want to give you some foreshadow here. LED lighting, we have South Middle School auditorium. Bruce will elaborate on those, on the progress there. You're asked to take a quick study at Central Middle School, some athletic fields, and then we have just a quick refresher of do any type of change per se on the air conditioning. There's some updated numbers. So on the LED lighting on this one, we've previously showed this top half, the orange half, was what you guys previously saw last year. Particularly, I think it was May 5th of last year, 3.6. Didn't include dimming, but that was exterior and interior from LED lighting, and then we went into the whole cost escalation and market fluctuation, and they were low. We adjusted that 3.6 to a 4.2 based upon US dollar inflation, market fluctuation, particularly on the MEP trades, just to kind of give us a benchmark. We went out and actually solicited hard pricing and tried to actually do a energy savings analysis. When we're about to start on these numbers, we need to caveat that the savings as well as the dollars are contingent upon as if we were magically installing everything tonight. Which obviously we can't do all 14 buildings in one night. But in order to get the conversation started, so you guys got a feel for not only what that cost commitment would be, but also what savings and what that payback would be over time that would then pay the district back over into perpetuity over time. So for LED lighting, it's assuming that you're going in on any light fixture, any facility, including home and stadium, that isn't already LED, inside or outside, be converted over to LED. About a year and a half ago, we did a mock-up here in the high school. Administration and other key stakeholders said that, we like that. Well, that's what that is here. So looking at about $3.8 million in materials and installation, but also some big chunks of savings. So looking at just consumption. Initially, when we were first asked, it was to target the three facilities that have a higher energy bill rate charged against the district. And that's what we all were assuming the data was going to suggest, hey, let's go get after that and get the biggest savings from the district off of those three facilities. And actually, it's actually consumption. It's actually the number of kilowatt hours. Which facility is the biggest consumer of energy? And it's actually the high school. High school represents over 40% of your energy consumption in kilowatt hours across all 14 combined. So our recommendation would actually go after the high school. Since the high school has such a big chunk of the material, you would want to buy all the material at once. So this also assumes that we'll store the material and truck it in. It's several 18-wheelers. And then as it's installed, whether we install it or the district installs it, that's the type of details that would fluctuate on the 3.8 and hone us in. This is a hard price, so it's just meant to get us there, but this is not a budget, this is real. The district would see about $150,000. A little bit more is where we're actually penciling out, but I didn't want to put that down until we got more sequences. That's the information we need from the administration and the board. is how much, do you want to do this over 3 years, do you want to do this in 1 year? How do you want to capture that energy savings? If everything was done overnight, you're picking up about $150,000 worth of reduced energy spend. You multiply that over 20 years, you've already paid for the project in under 20 years.
Is that just electricity?
That's just electricity.
What about heat or, you're giving off a lot less heat? Is that factored in at all?
And it is factored in, it's just
So-
strictly kilowatt hours out, not needing that many kilowatt hours. The next line item is what we call energy savings operationally. Right now, the district allocates and spends money on replacing of fixtures and replacing fixtures, the actual light bulbs. LED, when you convert to LED, it's number of hours. And so those spaces that are used more would require their light bulb changed more. It's not so much like an incandescent where it's more sensitive. This is just, it's a number. It could go longer, but we generally look at roughly 7,500 kilowatt hours. You should pick up about $10,000 a year just in spending less. And that actually factors in replacing the LEDs in there. So there's some replacement value already factored in. And then the next line item, so these are annual and annual. So this is $160,000 annually that the district would see out of your operating budget. The last one is a one-time only, but this is also fluctuating based upon, again, timing. Presently, PP&L is running a rebate. So this is a check that would come from PP&L to the district. And again, depending upon timing, which building goes first, time of year, assuming, if you pick 5 years from now, does the rebate even go still and it be in effect? Presently, we're estimating, assuming if it all happened tonight, that'd be a check in the neighborhood of 150 to 180, maybe even a little bit more. Again, one time only. But overall, this is a traditional energy job. Again, there would be an energy guarantee from SiteLogic on this, on the savings. Those, again, would be contingent upon what timing, who, when, what. But this is to kind of give the committee perspective of, a year ago, that 3.6 was 4.2, and we really didn't get into any of the pros and cons and whether anybody liked this room over the next room. But this pays for itself in very short order.
So it pays for itself, but I'm getting that it pays for itself when you add together the 160,000. So you have 3.8 million, right? You divide that by 160,000, and that's assuming that the energy savings stays. That's 23.75 years. That's the math I'm getting. So I'm not sure where the 4 million in 20
Where'd you get that
years.
over 20 years before you take
Traditionally,
the
the
rebate
energy jobs are guaranteed
just for the,
20 years.
no, I
So
understand.
if you just take that times 20.
That's only 3
Do you deduct the rebate and then figure the savings? Is
You
that
do.
how- You do, okay, so that
Yeah,
should be 160 a year in savings off of 3.6 million, 3.6.
so I guess for me, like that seems like a crazy kind of payoff, right? And how many, you had mentioned that, you would put them in different rooms and had people say, I want that one, right? And I get it, right? But that one may not be most cost
We
effective.
picked one.
I think there were 3 different models though, right? So I'm curious which model, like, was this the high end? Was this the middle? Was this the low? Because one, like, you could dim it, you could do all kinds of stuff with it. One, like, what model would
I
it
believe
be?
there was 2 different, and then we gave some bells and whistles on the side.
Okay,
Bells and whistles. The one was full out replacement. You rip everything out and you put it all brand new back in. The other one is what we call a retrofit kit. It looks brand new. You take out the turtle shell, and you basically put new guts in.
mhm,
That's the one that's priced in here. It is the more cost-effective
it
option.
is, okay.
What you don't see in here is dimming control, and you don't see occupancy sensors. Those are, particularly the occupancy sensors, are traditionally required by code, but you're not renovating the space. So at this point, it doesn't make sense to go spend the money on occupancy sensors for which aren't going, for that value, that cost, that expense isn't gonna return you a significant amount of reduced kilowatt hours. You save that for when you actually have a renovation and you're required to do that, and you pick that up with other energy savings on other systems presumably or whatnot at that time. Particularly when you're looking at a budget, management, the budget, we don't recommend doing that, but you could. The benefit of doing the retrofit kits is you can do that at any time. You can add that, it's a plug and play. You could come back tomorrow, you could come back 2 years from now, plug it in and go. You don't have to change anything on the additional investment. Same thing with the dimming control. You can hardwire it, you can go wireless, there's different options there. Again, it's the same expense. A lot of times in the past, not too long ago, from a learning environment perspective, it was the hip new cool thing. Some teachers from the feedback we're getting, it's hit or miss depending upon whether or not they really like it or whatnot. But again, it's an expense that you don't have to do. You can always choose later to do it from a budget management standpoint. It doesn't save you kilowatt hours of any meaningful amounts.
So there isn't a more, so what you're saying is there really isn't a more cost-effective transition. So if this isn't cost-effective, then we're kind of,
That's
it
why
is
we
what it
chose
is,
this
right?
I think that's why we chose
Right.
this option when we were looking
Yeah.
at it. Because I think it was a year and a half or 2 years ago. Yeah. So I remember walking around the high school.
And I feel like the payoff was at least a little bit better a few years ago than this, but prices have gone up on a lot of different things.
Where is the price of LEDs going? Because I know I do a lot of these retrofits in buildings that I have, the cost has dropped a lot over the last 5 years. But is it going to keep dropping or is it going to go back up? Because as we transition, these things, they were really expensive at the beginning to swap out. Is this going to continue or is it going to go back up? Keep going?
I think it will always in construction, we rarely see it go down. Usually it just levels off.
Well,
People
it
that
was very expensive for LEDs.
right, it was go off through the roof, and then people, are getting used to that type of
Right.
stuff, and then they just kind of let it go, and people aren't making that much money. In this particular scheme, we're cutting out the middleman, we're going right to the manufacturer on behalf of the district, and capturing that savings. That's where you're seeing the big difference between those two is that you're going right to the source.
In the retrofit, are you just cutting out the ballast and just putting it, so just go. That's it.
They have kits at Lowe's and Home Depot to do that.
You can just,
Why don't we take a look at the elementary air conditioning in South Auditorium, because they were two of the other large tickets that we've talked about in the past.
There's nothing new scope-wise or anything really to add this unless there's any questions or people may have missed a pass.
Everybody still comfortable with the headings? It's been a while since we've said VRF and DOAS. Everybody's still comfortable with what those are?
No.
Okay, no, all right. Could you give a brief overview of the difference between air conditioning, VRF, and DOAS, please?
It's like,
No, I'll go, no. It's not necessary.
no, I don't think.
No, we'll go real quick, sorry.
Ready?
You should.
Air conditioning,
Okay.
right? Full out air conditioning.
makes it cooler.
Makes it cooler, dehumidification, temperature, the whole 9 yards. VRF is usually you have a compressor or a series of compressors you do on the roof, on the side, and then you run refrigerant out to what you would see maybe in the ceilings. It's what we're installing in the kitchens nowadays. But it does run a lot of refrigerant through plenum spaces, particularly in K-12. It's challenging for schools because of the size of schools, and it's better suited for more like hotels or apartment buildings where you can put multiple different things. The benefit of VRF is if you have many people that like different temperatures, it blends it together and goes, you can usually get 10 of those cassettes, these wall thingies or wall sensitivities, you get 10 of them or so plus or minus that to one compressor. That's where you get the hip cool thing on that one. DOAS stands for Direct Outdoor Air Systems. So you basically pull in outdoor air. You can also dehumidify that if you wanted to. We recommend dehumidifying that. You bring outdoor air in, and then you either reheat it and you supplement it with, it's not air conditioning, but it is dehumidification. This is where anybody that's in physics class or science class will get excited, because you can be comfortable at higher temperatures if there's less humidity in the air. It's less weight on your skin. This is pretty popular for many school districts. Air conditioning is as well. VRF not so much, but DOAS is popular. That's where you see most common nowadays. And then you get the air conditioning and DOAS. You do a combination of two, depending upon that particular area where you might have gym class versus high classrooms. You play around with the different use groups with the architect. Anything that you would add to that one, Bruce?
No, I think typically you do it like a DOAS for administration or something like that, where you'd be involved with having it occupied an admin area over the summer, something like that. Typically, other than that, it's really based on what you want air conditioned and what you don't. So.
You set?
So, I know I'm on an island here, but the only spaces that we don't have air conditioned are elementary classrooms where our youngest kids are being educated, and that has a significant impact on their learning, their function, the teachers, the assistants in those classrooms. I don't think it's fair that they're the only ones in the only areas of the district that don't have air conditioning. And you've heard me say at meetings, I think until our elementary kids have air conditioning in their classrooms, I would prefer that our board meetings and our committee meetings not be air conditioned. Because if we're suggesting that our kids should have to go through their entire educational day without air conditioning, then I think we should be going through our meetings without air conditioning. And I don't think we should be running air conditioning in all of our administrative spaces until we have them in all of our student spaces. I think that's the priority, and I think I think we need to live it. If we're saying that they should live it, then we should live it too. I would be in favor. I think it's important enough to air condition those spaces, and we have the funding that we could dedicate in that position. And I think that we're doing our students and staff in the elementary schools a disservice by kind of leaving them behind everybody else. And I would advocate for doing the VRF. I think it does a great job for the least cost, and there's ways to control it to even make it more, more cost effective than some of the other options to run.
What's the, like for split systems, is that not ideal for schools? Like people do split systems instead of doing like the central air? Just, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Like
Like the ductless. That's what VRF is.
That's what
the
VRF is?
ductless
So that each room would have their own?
Yep, that's what that
You
is.
see it in
Okay.
houses too.
Right.
And then each classroom has their own controls.
Right,
So,
right.
if you have a classroom that's, the sun beats in the windows, right? And so that classroom may be completely different than the classroom next to it. It's
No,
great
I
that
have
they
that.
can adjust it, yeah.
That's what we have in house.
Because I remember, even in the middle schools, back in the day when I was in school, I remember there were the classrooms you went to that you put on your sweatshirt because you were going to freeze your butt off in those classrooms, and then the other classrooms that you didn't because of how they were positioned in the school. So
Is South air conditioned now? Does South have air conditioning?
it is, yeah. All
Oh.
middle schools are, just the elementary schools aren't.
They each have their pros and cons.
Right,
So-
we're just putting it back like there were, it's
So
been a while since we talked
I
about
would still
these
advocate for
so-
prioritizing this.
Let's look at the auditorium options, because then we can talk about where people want to prioritize and what funds are available, so.
So if we recall last June, I think May, June, there were different concepts, and then the feedback was we like a little bit of this, a little bit of that, and Bruce, we went to town.
Well, yeah, we haven't looked at these in a while, but I'm not going to spend much time going through what we've already taken a look at. You could probably go to the next slide. I think in the end, the preferred was kind of a hybrid option on 2 or 3. And I think ultimately the group decided we really didn't need this back of house stuff. We were going to focus on from here out, and the big challenge was, at the time was, wow, we really need to address getting from, you know, this side of the school through the cafeteria space into the auditorium. And we really didn't have a good answer for that at the time, and we took a look at, you know, how the space was used, and ultimately Kelly was very helpful in saying, listen, there's other activities, sporting activities, there's things that happen post-school, during school, where we really don't want to have this type of circulation directly through our existing cafeteria. So, if you hit the next slide, next one.
Two more?
Yep, 2 more. We took a look at this quickly last May, June, and we refined the circulation in the auditorium space itself. You can see there's the stage without the back of house. And the big thing that you're going to see here now is how this lobby space works. It does become the true connector between what is the old school and the existing kitchen, and how we propose to get from point A to point B. So go to the second floor, please. So ultimately, what we proposed was, there's an existing stair system here. And I spent some time, this is the second floor corridor, and I spent some time here, and I'm thinking, how best can we get to this space without impacting what we have going on below? So the proposal was kind of like a glass corridor across the roof. Now, originally, we took a look at this happening like as just a continuation of this corridor. The thing that you have to realize is that this roof is 3 or 4 feet higher than the floor of the second floor. So there'd be some kind of elevation change, ramp or otherwise, across this. This would be direct to get across. When I first looked at this, the problem with that is that we're actually renovating the kitchen below. And we are doing a lot of things in the ceiling with steel. And if I started to elevate something along here, I'd have snow loads. And we're doing all this work next summer renovation-wise. So that wasn't such a good idea. So I took a look at the stair tower. And there's an opportunity here in the stair tower to actually expand on the stair tower, go up our necessary level, and come across this location. And it happens that there are some columns in here and in here that are shorter span. So there would be some structural reinforcement required along this roof to get this to happen. But it's the shortest distance direct from point A to point B. So you'd be coming across the roof. There is opportunity here, green roofs, make great educational space. You have to do some other things here. But for now, it's a glass connector corridor going across the roof. There's an elevator area here. This is the second floor that overlooks, and this is a learning stair. We've done this learning stair concept in a number of schools. It's great, it's fun. We do have images if you're interested in more, but it just becomes more than just a lobby. It becomes an educational space that people use. So, or the students use, the educators use. And that basically becomes our connector to the auditorium. Because we have this level, we added a balcony here. So you do have the opportunity as part of the auditorium to have an upper level balcony. I believe there's,
There's an existing one.
no,
That's a
this is new.
Oh,
This is new. So this would all be new. I think the schemes previously that we were looking at that didn't have this, I'll just call it upper level and connector, were like 14,000 square feet. We've added about 5,400 square feet of corridor and some floor space along with the learning stair. So this is all open. This is floor. This is learning stair. You have egress, exit to your balcony, great sight lines, and that's what that's where we're at.
There's seating underneath that too, is what
I'm
Can you
sorry?
show the first floor again?
So-
Yeah.
Yeah, there is. There's the floor. There you go.
you're saying? So that's the first floor.
Yes.
Yeah, so, right. So this is 407 seats. Upstairs is 197. I think there's a total of 604 seats for this. So it you know, to me, I mean, it just seemed to make a lot of sense. I wasn't sure how well it would be received because we really can't walk around the cafeteria. We really can't walk through.
Why not?
It's a longer route, it's more, it's a lot more,
So you don't have to go up and downstairs.
you don't have to go up and downstairs.
And you're saving $1.65 million.
What, by doing this?
5,500 square feet of that second floor
Well,
space.
yeah, but it's even more than that, because you're talking about adding the
I'm
stairwells
ju-
and all that,
I'm
right?
You
just
said
saying-
cost savings?
Well, that was actually my
$300 a
question.
square foot.
I think it's it's a really creative solution.
Yeah.
But how much is the creative solution on its own? Like,
Well-
you're talking the corridor, you're talking the stairways.
I'm talking a
and-
corridor and a second level.
Yeah.
Versus, if we tried to traverse, around the cafeteria, you'd be adding more corridor.
But what would the cost be?
That I
And
have
what is the cost? That creative solution that you just shared, what is the total cost of that piece?
Versus the
Sure.
previous
Well,
one.
because it's an add-on, right?
Right.
Right, so this, this was in response to the previous,
Right.
in today's dollars. This is also 15.7, which would also include soft costs. This is our estimate of about 13.1 in hard. That would also include some design contingency baked in there too, so it's a plus or minus in there, even though it's not shown as a range. And then just a flat percentage on from a budgetary perspective on soft cost to kind of give you guys some comparisons. You would just, to answer your question, you just compare it back to
It was what, right? Was it 8 million?
1 and 2.
I think it was 10, I think it's 10.5. Go back 2 slides, please, to option 3.
If we go back 2 years, it was 5.6 or 5.4.
Right, because you have to add the hard and the
Just
soft
saying.
together. So that's
Right.
10.5, and you have those two numbers. But the question I have is are those numbers updated? That 10.5 right there, is option 3 updated? Because option 4 obviously is updated. So I'm making sure we're comparing apples
That's
to
a
apples.
great question.
That is a great question.
I feel like it is, because it's higher than it was. That's a higher
Okay,
number
fine.
than the
I don't know the answer to my question,
Yeah.
Maybe I can- we need to make sure.
I'll get back to you when we get back on the.
Where's the
So-
hallway on the right side coming into, that would, in the old way, is it right? So that
Right here,
entrance,
which
that's
is-
the entrance with the
To
3
the
doors.
cafeteria.
That's the entrance, that's
This-
the hallway into the school
Yes.
there? Okay.
Right,
So you gotta
there.
get from there
Yeah.
through.
Yeah,
Yeah.
And
The
that's
only way to
the
get there is
seating
through the
area,
cafeteria.
and what's above it, is that the kitchen to the,
Yes.
above?
This is all kitchen now.
Kitchen, okay, so you
Yeah.
can't split.
Which is recently renovated, which is what I said, upstairs, the second floor corridor is right above this. But if I was gonna do something direct across with the elevation change, I'd be impacting the roof over the kitchen end. We don't wanna do that, we wanna stay away from that,
Okay.
because this is all gonna be new stuff that we get done. This is an opportunity, right here. This is smaller structural span,
But
so
you're saying that glass corridor is on the roof, correct?
I'm
that
saying,
what you
yeah,
said?
we're going right across. the-
And so why glass? And how does that, with snow on top of it, how does that impact
Snow on
it?
top of the roof of the glass corridor?
Yes.
Well, yeah, that all has to be taken into consideration. I'm building basically a roof over our corridor.
So, shingle roof?
No,
What, a flat roof?
it'd be a flat, it'd be
Okay, and why
built up
glass?
You wouldn't do it.
we don't have to do all glass, it was just, we do have a couple images if you wanna see it. Am I gonna get in trouble for saying that?
No?
Well, look,
So-
we really need to look at concepts. and
Yeah.
stuff
That's-
considered, right, that's.
Yeah,
Huh?
on PowerPoint.
Oh, they're not, okay. So if you're interested,
Yeah, because you
Yeah,
said
in
that,
that-
I would just be interested to see.
the
it.
original concept was, yeah, it was glass and, obviously, green roofs and things like that can be used as educational tools, whatever. If there's opportunity there to do that, but what happens is, once I come across the roof, this space, this lobby space, becomes like a clear story space. And I can tie the glass corridor into what is glass in the clear story for light.
So to bring some of this discussion on 1 versus 3, kind of full circle here. The options 1, 2, 3 in the South Middle School is no different than looking at the green sheet or the blue sheet. These are just conceptual. They're big buckets. They're dartboards with some limited information and assumptions. The next step is to kind of narrow the field down to, all right, we kind of like this, we kind of like that. Let's go down this hallway, and that way, in getting Bruce on board from a design perspective and getting his proposal based upon this particular concept will allow a lot of those conversations that everybody's issued. Well, why not this way or that way? Why this material, that material, and allow them to keep honing a budget down there. But These are big grandiose ideas in response to past conversations and some big dollars associated with those grandiose ideas.
Yeah,
We
don't
need
get
to
me
start
wrong,
having the
I
conversation.
think
It's
the
one
idea is really creative. I like it. I just, for me, it's difficult to justify increasing it by 50% to pay just to get us to the
Understood.
auditorium, right?
Is there other ways to skin the
I
cat?
have
Perhaps
another
there.
question, so you don't want kids walking through the cafeteria to get there. It's an evening event. Is there another option? What are those doors in the top and the bottom? Are they anywhere near a parking lot where you could make a separate entrance for that so that people wouldn't? Like,
Here and here?
During the day, if
Here
kids
and
have
here?
to walk through there to get
Yes.
there, that's not a big
Yes.
deal.
Right.
You don't
Absolutely
want the
correct.
parents.
There's parking back here and
Well, why
there
would we make a separate entrance there and just have them go through the cafeteria?
you can, this was more like school activities, like, do we really want to come through? That was the issue at the time. The issue was,
Just again, it was the committee that said,
No,
hey, we don't
okay.
wanna go to the cafeteria.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
So- You know, could we do this? You know, I don't know. There's-
I'm fine with going through, like you said, I'm fine with kids going through the cafeteria during the day and having an exterior entrance for evening events where you
that
can get
is
directly in.
perfectly fine for what we've set up here and here, front and back, easily can be done.
So I think this plan, I'm fine with this
We
plan.
have good options.
You like option 3.
Well, I don't like this, and this is going away. So if
Well,
we go
yeah,
back
I'm
2
saying-
slides,
Yeah,
or,
there's still.
I'm sorry,
And so when you take
to
those
the
out,
hybrid.
So
when
again,
you take those out, what happens to the price? Those pieces you just talked about, the
I'm
back
so-
area.
I'm sorry, Sean, if you go to the hybrid option, yeah, the next slide.
no, go to option 2, Sean.
Yeah, so this is what I'm saying, is here's your front and back. Yes, there's parking here, and yes, there's parking here. Here's your entrances after hours, for that.
So they wouldn't even go over, the adults in the evening would go over this, it would just be the kids going over, for the most part, right?
Yeah, I believe the concern at the time was, if you had lunch session, lunch period, and how do you access and still get to that
How do you get to
learning
the
space
auditorium?
You
without
walk through.
sending a
I
whole
don't
bunch
know
of kids
that.
through a noisy?
Option 2 is 9.2, and that's the auditorium without a walkthrough and without the backspace. So it's 9.2 for option 2 and 10.5 for option 3.
With the
Now, we don't know if those are current prices or those are, you'll have to let us know that. But
Right,
that's,
we
that's the
definitely,
scope of difference between 2 and 3, and that gets rid of those back to school spaces.
we definitely will. And
So
then
you're
the other
talking,
thing I
wait, so,
just,
so that eliminating that back space you were talking about only saves you $700,000?
From 9.1 to 10.5, so I guess $1.4 million.
that was
That's
toilet rooms and storage.
Later
and
this
stuff.
week, Logic and Trader will put a little
Yeah.
packet together, show all the little options, and
Right.
maybe a little.
Well, let's remember the purpose tonight, at least what we understood the purpose as. We wanted to present all the options, we want to look at capital funding so that there can be some priorities. If the priority becomes the South Auditorium, I think then we have this level of conversation, because some people might say, I want lighting, some people might say, I want air conditioning, right? And so we'll have to look at actual funding. You did something about Central Fields, is that what I heard? You
Yeah,
share that next in terms of.
Dr. Ward, you mentioned lighting. I want to go back real quick to Megan's question. I don't know why I didn't understand back then. On the savings, you would apply an escalator. Savings also increases as rates increase over time. So over time, that's where you get to the.
Oh, so that's how you get that number?
Yeah, if you apply a 5% to that, so.
Okay,
Just,
thank
just
you.
one more thing, today I was by the school, and I think South was doing something in the auditorium here, is that correct? Like there was all these kids on the, this morning. And someone told me they were from South.
Maybe
Don't we do that?
So,
Because they don't have
they're
space there?
performing groups, right, there are times when performing groups use other schools,
Okay.
yes,
Is that
Yes.
one because it was South if we had a new one?
correct. If they had an auditorium,
It's just to
yes,
me, that's, I
that's
mean,
the,
it
yep.
was a mess, these poor kids had to unload, and they would have been in school, just going to their auditorium, so that to me makes it a little priority.
The one last thing on South to highlight, I think it's important, is that in all those schemes, there's no budget associated with addressing the existing auditorium. So that would be another item to add on top.
Right,
Wait,
what do you
what?
do to that space? What the existing
Oh,
auditorium space?
Now
What
I
happens?
right,
Right,
understand.
now you have a big space that is not, right, so, okay.
So,
Right, but that could be like a phase 2
Yeah, they're just
Right, but no, but thank you for reminding us.
It's not the end of pricing.
Right.
So that's every
Understood.
option, is there.
Correct,
Yeah.
yeah, if you build a new auditorium, your current auditorium, what do you do? Yeah, yeah.
All right, so I want to put a couple qualifiers out in the next discussion here. About 2 weeks ago, the phone rang and said, hey, can you take a look at putting in a combined turf field that would do football, baseball, and softball all in almost like an L shape in this particular location at the Central Middle School. So at this point, everything that, from a dollar perspective, scope-wise, is stuff that's in my head. It may be good ideas, may be bad ideas, just trying to accomplish the thing here.
Just want to
So,
remind you that with the addition of middle school baseball, one of the issues we had were the schools that have to travel to sites. So we started having conversation, is there a way to create 90-foot baseball fields at any of our existing sites that those kids would not have to? Because that phone call actually asked you to do two different things, and so I want to get the second one second, but go ahead and walk through this one.
and that's why there's two colors.
Can we scratch just the football and just work with baseball? Since it's the priority, it's alphabetically correct, and since that is the priority,
Yeah.
I mean,
Are you counting on rocks, paper, scissors, or arm wrestling?
I'll arm wrestle anybody. Baseball win, I guarantee we win.
So anyways, so this is generally, so the site, the target, let's go with the red being Plan A, or the targeted area, the primary location. It gives some people the lay of the land. This particular field here actually had a track around it at one point. It was designed to have a track around it. And this line right here is actually a large retaining wall. This is your wetlands coming in here. This is actually a retainage stormwater basin in here. But this is wetlands. Large retaining wall. Drops off. There. Here, this darker green right here is about a 14-foot plus or minus elevation change. That's the fancy word for cliff in grass. So it jumps up to here, and then you have the building corner here. You have a walkway that is this line, this white line, that's kind of makes its way to the neighborhood right here. There's a great tree buffer here and so forth all the way around here. This particular location in here, the concept was cut into your grassy cliff, flatten it out and make it so that all three sports could play on this particular spot, but not necessarily at the same time.
But how would that lay out? Is that all three? Football's in the yellow?
You basically would be an L shape, and you most likely would have home plate somewhere down in here, playing this way and that way, and football in the yellow. But you're cutting into this area. You would have to relocate the walkway and still.
What is there now? If you can see it. No, to the right. There's a cutout there. It looks like
It's a little
football
bit.
field.
Yeah, it's a softball.
What is it big enough for me?
No, you can't put 90
So-
foot there, no.
60-foot baseball.
I don't know why we can't do all of these things but have good drainage and make them grass fields. It's better to be using grass fields anyway. I don't know why we need turf fields, and I can tell you right now that if we put in turf fields at Central as a priority over an auditorium that South doesn't have, you're gonna highlight exactly why people sue the school district to try to have regionalization. Because South still doesn't have an auditorium, but we're talking about adding turf fields at Central. I think,
I would just
you
run
know,
baseball.
I'm not trying to, shoot the messenger here or anything, because I get, that's, I think we can do this, I think that we can add fields so that kids can play, and be involved in all those sports by doing grass fields with proper drainage and, make sure that our kids have access to all of those things without spending around $10 million on turf. And then we could have the fields with grass and do South Auditorium together.
Is the blue a softball field?
So we're just talking red for a
I
minute.
understand that,
Give me-
but I see the size of that, that's softball.
Give
This, you say you can't back that up a little, take a little of that swale out or add to it, and put a
Well, that's-
baseball in?
that's
It was
that-
grass.
This 9 to 11 is where we will conceptually reconfigure and cut into this hill we would trigger a lot of stormwater management. This would be an NPDES, because it would be over an acre. If you go turf, you would also have all of that stormwater that would have to be
How
addressed.
close is it to a baseball field? I mean, how much is it? I see.
Baseball, no.
It's not.
Softball, you would
Yeah,
need
short
like a
fields
green
in
monster
the-
type of thing.
Yeah, we can talk about
If short fields.
63,
Well, that's what
almost
you would
400-foot field, so.
This isn't regular field.
This
To have
is
a-
with a
schools
short
don't
point.
regulation fields.
Yeah,
I'm
you're
sure
talking
most, a
30
lot of
foot
schools
behind,
don't have.
30 foot behind home plate, and you're talking 400-foot field. You're talking-
We don't need a 400-foot field.
If
So-
you're playing baseball, you'd want that, yeah.
Well, I know, but you're trying to make a compromise and not spend $9 million.
Again, the purpose was to show options, and then let's talk through what we wanna prioritize, because we're not gonna be able to do everything.
But I wanna
So let's
prioritize,
go.
I wanna
So,
prioritize this with grass.
Let,
So what's the number for that?
I would like to see.
Can-
We don't know.
You got that?
Hold on. So in here, very challenging site, lots of money, very tiny spot. Your postage stamp here where you can get what you're looking for, but you're spending that 9 to 11 dealing here, and only one team is going to play at a time, right? You also are going to be challenged because you're going to be relying on asphalt here and limited parking coming in here, and everybody trying to get here around the school. So that's the red, 9 to 11. A lot of dollars for small square footage. We took a look at alternatives. The part P of the assignment was, well, if that's challenging, or if you have any other ideas, speak up. Another idea is the school district presently owns this land in the same parcel as the one that you already have. It's all connected. It actually zigzags here, comes all the way down here. From what the initial research we did, there's not, it's not a traditional wetlands back here. It's a creek. The township actually owns this. It would be your neighbor right here. I think that driveway right there is them. It's relatively flat. You would have to clear it and some cut fill, but it's not designated wetlands from our initial gut check here. Our thought was that if you stayed around, it just arbitrarily, theoretically saying, if you guys were okay with something around 10, so the 8 to 10 mark, you spend grass, you invest on reseeding or improving grass here and here on these two fields. This maybe becomes your little league not so much softball because it doesn't have the distance to the street, particularly for the foul pole. I believe that's where you guys are playing softball now. It's tight, but if you try to improve the facility with stands, I think they need a 25-foot in the back, behind for the backstop and whatnot. It's roughly about 360 linear feet is what you need. It's pretty tight there. You know, maybe this just becomes youth. You kind of let that one go, but grass. Whether you go grass or whether you go turf here, we're assuming for the sake of this exercise, the yellow is just turf. You don't do this L shape. You don't go cutting into the hill. Maybe you use the hill to your advantage to add some stands if you wanted a secondary venue, if Hellman Stadium is being used any given night. You continue the asphalt maybe coming down here, and right now it's tight. But you could possibly fit softball there, but we prefer this other option from softball. So with this land here, you can fit a softball basically here, facing that way, and baseball facing this way, and they won't intersect on the outfields. You could have the outfield walls pass each other. You could cut a new parking here,
Playing at the same time.
parking there, playing at the same time. So in this 8 to 10, you could have baseball, softball, pick your rectangular sport, all playing the same time with 2 grass fields that you already have. That's theoretically where we are. Again, it's just, there's a lot of things missing in those numbers. There's a lot of things in them that we just assumed that would be in there.
Which south
The big
facing?
yellow
Which
to
is
the
south?
right.
Which is south facing?
South is that way.
I'm just trying to figure out how you lay out the baseball field. Sunsetting, all that kind of stuff.
Be facing east, right?
Right.
So the big yellow at the top, what is the cost of that specific piece?
The concept of yellow, reseed here, reseed there, turf in this rectangle, and even turf for baseball and softball, we're saying 8 to 10.
Again, what grass? What is it if you do it in grass, with grass? And how much is just that top right?
You probably are in the neighborhood of you're probably in the neighborhood of saving 3/4 by just sticking to grass.
I'm just
You
wondering
say-
because,
It depends upon how much drainage you want to, how fancy do you want to go on the grass? Do you want the Bermuda with the sand base? Or do you just want to, get some more topsoil, level it out? If it has a crown, get rid of a crown, depending upon, since it's an older football field.
it seems like with all the trees and the fact that that ground is unlevel at the top, it seems like there would be a lot of cost involved in just getting that to a position where you could make a field there as opposed to these other areas that look like they'd be easier. What's that?
From an earthwork perspective, the chances are there that it would work. Because remember, you have a straighter line here if you want to give a basis of the roadway here, and then you have the grade to reference there. The creek passes this way, so that's where it drops off, is on this side. You can't there's still going to be a buffer to the creek, so you're not going to be all the way up to your property line. And then with any type of lighting, with the shields, you could actually do it very well and not impact or minimize the impact to the neighbors. There's ways that you can do it. To me, from a dollar, your ROI on $1, if you're going to spend $1, you can spend a comparable amount of money, but get everybody playing at the same time and be able to, for a lot of regards, bring people further away from a safety and security standpoint, away from the middle school. So if you did have other buildings or other teams coming into Central Middle School, whether it's South or whoever, and school's in session, or you had away teams coming in, you could have that. You could also extend safety and security on the back from the fire lanes and whatnot, bringing people, extended the parking here, and be able to spread those people out.
Where would the parking be able to cut it out? on that side?
Conceptually, you'd either reconfigure and cut a little small here and out here, depending upon the layout of the fields. But the thought would be so that the concessions would be the same.
So we'll work with you to get some other numbers based on smaller pieces and grass for maybe just some baseball, softball stuff to kind of piece that out.
It could be
As people are
something,
looking at it. Okay, so we'll communicate with you, get some of that. Do we want to look at the capital number now, or do we want to go through the rest of the presentation now? Because now we're going to switch to, we're away from capital, we're going to go to change orders. Do you want to?
Change orders are pretty quick.
Okay, why don't we do pretty quick?
So at the beginning, I said, hey, everything else, we have time, we can decide in June. These four are time sensitive. We'd like to request them getting approved at the next board meeting. These are prime contract change orders with your prime contractors. Two of them with NICE, one with Hollenbeck and one with BSI. June, to give you some foreshadowing, we'll be talking about some larger numbers, larger ads, but also a larger credit coming on the discussion. So here, at the present time, we're still hashing out with them. They're fluid because they're recent, but particularly this top one is time sensitive. This is a recent change from Percy Water, requiring us not, or prohibiting the contractor from being able to shut down the water main, the traditional way of putting in and tying into the water line. So they have to do a wet tap. This is the premium for that. It's a not to exceed because it's still in review. I haven't checked my email in a couple hours, so that's there. But we should have that in your hands tomorrow in advance for Wednesday's meeting. The second item is the differing site condition to NICE. This is the piping was found going into a manhole from the district support center. Turns out that the drawings didn't show them, so NICE was to be entitled to change order. Upon review, Site Logic will fess up. We missed it. It was on the existing building drawings the district gave us. Just missed it. So we'll reimburse you guys for this on the next addendum.
Can you go back to the first one? I kind of missed part of what you were saying on that first one. Can you?
The cause.
Mm-hmm.
So traditionally, a contractor will turn the water off on two sides. They'll shut down the water in the main.
You have no water in so they tie it in.
It doesn't impact neighbors generally because there's a series of redundancy underground. So when this line can't go there, water will just go around and still make it to the neighborhood.
So,
Percy Water said, there could be a multitude of different reasons. You're gonna have to basically cut in while the line is still wet, hence wet tap. And that's a premium for that material.
So is that a 6.4 million additional cost?
No, that's a serious,
Sorry,
6,411.
6,400.
Yeah, 400.
Never mind, sorry.
And was that-
That's point.
Stop that.
Yeah, and that's the worst, that's the worst case.
All right.
And so this is 26.39 and 4 cents, but we're gonna credit. This next one is a design change. We switched out shelvings at the request of the district. It went from a custom order to a heavier duty for snowplows. Actually, it's cheaper because it's not custom, so that's money back. And then this last one is an unforeseen, it's a true unforeseen condition at the salt shed. During excavation, the existing electrical conduit that feeds the pole barn, the pole storage right next to the bus garage. When they uncovered it, saw that the conduit was broken at the base of the concrete. Somebody had just buried it in the past. So that repair was made, and that's the T update. Any questions on 84?
I like all the credits.
Credit and reimbursements, is it the same? Credit, add, credit,
More credits,
that next month.
but see, we can work on it.
So next step is again, just looking at forward looking of the committee meetings and the board agendas, amendment 8 and 9, look for some direction out of that today, or this coming week of if any budget mitigation strategies are preferred, or we can prepare the amendment 9 as is.
Can you pop the next slide?
There
There
you
you
go.
go.
Sorry about that.
But for the May 10th is the approve the 4 change orders, and then basically everything else that we kind of talked about from amendment 8 and 9. We'll have the 10-day notice and based upon any type of guidance and feedback from tonight. At the June 12th meeting, June 7th, our next facility committee, it's going to be change orders. Recap any questions or whatnot on that. Again, it's condensed, so we'd like to have any feedback on 2024 stuff beforehand if possible. We do have a delay claim from Hollenbach and Nice at this time related to some ongoing dirt issues, or I should say not dirt, but soil issues at the garage that we're working through. It's a fluid thing. I don't have real much details for you tonight. I apologize, but it is a fluid thing. Our anticipation right now is to resume work, hopefully next week at some point, and be able to talk more in detail and actually have historical, hey, this is what happened, rather than speculation at this point. And that'll be a big topic on June 7th.
How range of cost that they're for a delay?
They've been stopped for a couple weeks now,
So what would
3 weeks.
ballpark, what would that be that we were discussing? How much would it, you're saying they're trying to get extra?
It's going to be contingent upon what some of the answers are. We've asked the district solicitor to get involved through the administration on opine on a couple of things that some of the district's contractors have taken from a position standpoint, and that will drive some of those costs. So you go from very little to a very lot.
What's very low? You don't want to.
I'll see you outside.
That's fine.
It's just there's so many different variations. Our focus right now is just to get back up and running. If everybody remembers the whole tennis court thing and how cold it got in November, well, right now we're burning October, and the plan right now is to do the parking lot last. Well, maybe that might be something that might get factored into this delay claim where it's a resequencing. And you pay the contractor to do it before a lot of the construction, get a majority of that asphalt down to really lock in the chances of protecting the district from winter weather.
asphalt's a whole lot easier, like when it's cold and the times.
We got a very large asphalt job starting the day after school's out.
Anybody have any questions on this slide?
No, can I go back to some of the things that we already have prioritized?
Sure. You talking
Um,
about blue and green?
green, let's start with green. Replace all these garage doors, are they not working? Are they all faulty? 6 garage doors?
Those are carryovers from, if I may, from, on behalf of Mr. Harper, carryover from unit prices that were collected and priced up last year on the 2023 amendment that the district said, hey, those aren't that important, they're in decent shape, but
I'm not sure she's questioning the price, I think she's questioning the need,
Right,
right?
exactly.
So the question is the 6 garage doors, can you speak to those, please, Mr. Harper?
Right, so this was based on the study that Site Logic did, life cycle, and I don't have a better explanation of that. There were projects that were developed through the study that they did, and not that they're completely problematic, but they're of the age where they are deemed to be replaceable at this point.
Yeah, I mean,
They
I
could
don't,
be repaired
I just,
if we had.
I don't wanna replace working garage
That's-
doors
that's
just
a
because
potential
their
to look
time's
at,
up.
yes.
So for me, I wanna replace garage doors when they stop working. You know,
right, we could look at weather stripping, the
I don't say
weather
like,
sealing around,
my
the
warranty's up on my
gasketing.
garage door, I'm gonna get a new one. So that would
We
be.
can look at all those type of items.
See, if it's not, if we're not spending a lot of money on it, in maintenance every year, then we should look at it.
It is, well, it's the summer of 25, we don't need to commit to those at this point,
Yep.
so that's, right, that's good feedback.
What-
This is the summer of
So-
25.
Projects for 25.
And then,
Just looking at
Yeah.
prioritization.
That doesn't mean.
Yeah, yeah.
Yep.
So is there any other things that are deemed out of life that we're replacing that are still working, or is this just the garage door?
So there are a few things on the list that are problematic, but they're not a safety issue. If you look at South Middle School's loading dock and the West Rock Hill loading dock, those are both, West Rock Hill's starting to have problems, and we looked at fixing a functional issue. But those are ones that if we wanted to move them beyond 2025 or seek other ways to satisfy the problems, we could.
Which one was that?
It's in the miscellaneous site
Oh, these two.
near the bottom. Ones that both have a 2023, they were pushed from that year out.
And you're saying it's not a city, the ones that have to be electric, a lot.
Right,
Yeah.
there are a few things we could look through here to say, is this a definite need for 2025? Again, we looked at a 5-year plan starting in 2020. What you're looking at in 2025 is everything that we pushed out to the end. So there's things that we could reevaluate here
Mm-hmm.
and possibly push further. I mean, some of these things could potentially be moved a few years ahead if we chose to do that. We were just trying to capture all the things in the beginning and plan them out over a reasonable period of time.
And
So green and-
particularly the,
green and white gym bleachers.
They are ones that there are holes in the bleachers and there are some safety concerns with them.
going back to the loading dock items, if I may add, those are both items that the district has already paid for the architectural and engineering design work. They're already drawn up.
I'm sorry, which one?
The 2 loading docks at South Middle School and the West Rock Hill Elementary. Yeah, those were already designed up and, at the time, priced up as alternates last fall. So you already have the drawings, that's, if that matters at all.
Yeah, I guess for me, I would prefer to not be replacing things until they need replacing, as opposed to warranties, and also not worrying about cosmetic things until we've met the needs of some of these other bigger projects that impact student learning of environments, accessibility to the same facilities. So I would prefer to prioritize those last 3 capital projects that we've seen over a lot of the things that are in here, and really, like as you said, Kelly, kind of keeping those, on the back burner and just keep reevaluating each year and saying, is there a need here? If not, let's keep pushing them, but at least then they're on record to say, these are things I need to keep checking each year, right?
Right, that's kind of the process that Site Logic has taken us through with the LTFM. if you remember that term, it's a long-term facilities maintenance plan, that
Mhm.
they've captured all these projects, and there honestly are ones that go out to 2029. So there are other projects that are on the list. These are just the ones that made it in 2025 that could be reprioritized.
So for me, it would be helpful, and I don't know if others feel the same way, but for me, it's helpful, like I know a few years ago, we took all the projects and we stuck them in a year that's like 5 down the line, and then we only brought them up as we started to see there was a need. So
Yeah.
you can kind of do the same thing with this and like throw it to 2030, so that way you have it on the books to know these are things you have to monitor, but only bring them forward into these plans as you assess them and say, okay, this is something that I want to prioritize, and then move it forward, so that way we know, okay, these made the list, that Kelly thinks these are actually a need that have to be done in this specific year. And then I think the other thing that's helpful to me is to say, okay, these are the things that have to be done, and then these are the things that we prefer to prioritize, but don't necessarily, like for me, that would be some of the cosmetic things that, I personally wouldn't have prioritized first, but I understand that that was what the administration wanted to prioritize first. So just seeing those as separate categories would be helpful.
Can you weight that at all? Say this is a 10, you need to do this, these versus
Right, we can
all
certainly,
weight, some sort of range, because the critical stuff, we need to know, just that we have to safety things. So some of these just fall right out, but if there are ones where you could wait, delay, we get a better idea.
I think that was the overarching purpose of this meeting, to say, what are all the projects out
Yeah,
there?
that's
Look
great.
at the big ticket things, and to have these discussions to say, where are we gonna prioritize?
Yeah, well, it helps when we know how important it is.
So back to South Auditorium, one of the things that we talked about, I guess the last time we had this conversation, is since it's an addition, it doesn't have to be a summer project. And a lot of times you're paying a premium to have that project done during the summer, but since this doesn't impact education, the educational environment, because it's like a whole separate area that we're adding on, we've talked about the idea that you could save money if we bid that project out to happen during the school year, because a lot of those companies that are doing work for the school districts have less work during that time of year. So I assume those numbers are, the typical bid process, but if you were to say, hey, you can do, our timeline isn't specific, you don't have to do this in the summer, do you think we could bring those numbers down?
Unfortunately, that project is of such scale that you're looking at roughly 2 years from the word, hey Bruce, go, and all that conceptual design and conceptual massaging and permitting to students and seats.
But still,
About 2
construction is
years.
not 2 years.
And about half of that, a little bit, 13 months is construction. And since you're at about a year on construction, it's just a matter of, do you start in winter or not start in winter? And that's your premium. If you start in winter, that's where you're gonna pay more, because you're playing in frozen soil. But to your point, that concept is exactly where you capture savings on a lot of the capital maintenance, facility maintenance items. On a major capital project like that, you would actually spend more money having somebody stop and go.
Mr. Harper, can you call up the capital funding sheet, please? The other thing we were asked to do is to pull together a look at capital funding. So this is a form you've seen different versions of. Just continue to update the numbers as SiteLogic gave us updated numbers. So let's make that as large as we can. And the board has access to it on your laptops. It is one of the attachments. It's easier for you to see. Can you explain what we're looking at, Mr. Daubert, just so people get a lowdown again in terms of where we are?
It's very similar to the spreadsheet we went over last month in the budget presentation, but it's updated with the numbers that SiteLogic presented to you tonight. The first year, summer of 2022, are the projects and the costs that are being paid in 22-23 school year. At the end of this fiscal year, we should have about $13.5 million in the capital fund. Our normal estimate in this this scenario or this process, just to estimate about $2 million being transferred over at the end of the year from the general fund surplus. The projects for the summer of 2023 are about $12 million. You can see those down below what they are. The bid projects and soft costs are $6 million. GISA 5, 6, and 7 are about $5.3 million. That's $11.4 million total. Our engineering and our testing and inspection costs are there at $150,000 and $36,000. And these are all items that have been bid, project approved. Board has already approved all these numbers. Total of $11,560,000. This 500,000 is a new number. As you know, we're going through the safety and security audits and state police safety and security audits of each building. And as we're going through there, we are recognizing things and prioritizing security items to be done in each of the buildings. So we have just set aside $500,000 as a placeholder for that in this out of the capital projects funds for anything that's needed. So I've added $500,000 for that. And GISA 8 is the sand mound project that Andy talked about tonight in the beginning of his presentation. The $125,970 for a total cost of about $12,186,000. Then at the end of the 23-24 year, about $3.3 million would be left. Goes into the summer of 2024. That estimated about $3 million coming over capital project or from the year-end surplus. About a $6 million transfer right off the bat out of the general fund budget because the debt service drops off. Project costs that Andy just went through for that year were about $10.8 million. That would be the year of 2024 sheet that he gave you, about $10.8 million. That leaves us about $1.4 million. Do it all again the next year. 3,000 surplus, another 6,000 from the general fund budget because of the debt drop off. Project costs about $9.4 million. That is the green sheet, as Andy presented it.
Where's the 9.4?
Summer 2025.
Summer 2025 projects on the green sheet.
Okay, for this, but
Yep.
this is different than that. No, summer 25 says 10 million.
No.
Oh, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Yes, we adjusted what we got.
Okay.
Yep, we
Yeah,
adjusted
yeah,
it.
yeah.
Sorry about
Yeah.
Sorry about
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
The freshman is on your screen, but so that leaves us about $972,000, and then that is the end of what we have as far as the projects that SiteLogic has costed out. And then each year after that, we have the surplus estimate, the money from the debt drop off, and we estimate about $3 million in need and maintenance. And we have tons of projects in the long-term facility management program. They just need to be brought forward and prioritized and determine what needs to happen.
So how much, I mean, these, and I understand you have to be conservative, I think, as far as how much is unused funds every year, we're usually close to double that, aren't we, as far as how much extra funding we have to put into capital?
Yeah.
So, I mean,
Being very conservative.
right.
Yep.
So, I think we've always, had double that, hopefully that'll continue. The other piece, and how much is in that PSERS fund right now, exact?
$4 million.
I would suggest, since it's just sitting there for no reason, that we reallocate that to the capital fund, and you utilize that. And again, if we're talking about a 2-year plan for South, I think we need to I think we need to get started. I would like to see us put that $4 million in to capital. I'd like to start prioritizing the South project and move things around to make that happen. And I also would like to see, I would like to see a cost out of those grass fields and, broken down by field so that we can see how much of them we can do, to have more area for kids to be able to do sports. Again, I'd be advocating for the air conditioning too, but I think I'm on an island, so.
In the south, remember we looked at, from a number standpoint, the option 2 in south was about $9.2 million. It says just over 15. We tried to capture the big ticket items in the bottom right-hand corner, so it all in one sheet. That 15.7 was the last one. So the 15.7 million would be 9.2. So the question is, where are you capturing $10 million over a 2-year period for the South Auditorium?
Well, I think
Right.
I'm taking into account the fact that we're conservatively predicting half of what we actually get into capital each year. The fact that we have that Peasers money that we can move over is for,
Is there
and the fact that
1 million?
there's a lot of projects in here that I think that we could push back and deprioritize.
If we made the priority for the South Auditorium, what would the impact be, say, if we said we want to do it now, we're planning in 2024, right? Construction would start 2025, 26. How would that break out? It's 9 million, but it's not 9 million in 1 year.
Right.
How would
There would
can we
be-
get an estimate on that so we can see how it fits in the budget? Because to me, that's the highest priority.
Is it roughly 50-50 when you do that level of project? What are the prices?
Planning is less than
Right.
first year. That's a year of planning.
So is it 2080? And what's a fair estimate of a $10 million
About
project?
2080 is a spitball, it's probably even less
And it
than
might
that.
Correct.
fall over 2 budgets too. From
Well, that's what he's saying. I'm saying two. Oh,
Well,
right.
I mean, you might.
Well, he said it was a 2-year project, so I was putting it in
Yeah,
2
about
different
20.
buckets.
For what you're doing here, just assume 20%.
Okay. So it's a
For the
2 million.
first
and
year.
then
It's
an
a
8
big
million.
bite to start.
Right, it's a 2 million and then an 8 million for the second bite is what it sounds
I
like.
mean, we have to figure out a priority.
Yeah.
A lot.
And then it's not a straight line on that second year. You probably get of the remaining 80, you're probably a majority of it in that that second half, the first 3 quarters.
Sean, did you say there's 1 or 4 million in Pacers? 4?
And you also, I know people are looking at the air conditioning and thinking that's big ticket, but you're talking about air conditioning 7 buildings, so you're talking about $2 million a building. That's 7
Done over a
buildings.
period of time too.
So I
I don't think there's no way
haven't
to fight
been
it.
here as long, but I've seen more emails come in about busing to change the school start times. I mean, how would we weigh spending money on that versus some of these things?
I don't see that as a cost issue, that's more of logistical.
It's still
I thought we
costs
had to buy
buses.
extra buses to.
No, it's about hiring staff. So
Well,
we're
so we have
talking
to
about,
salary.
we're talking about incentivizing people to get jobs here as bus drivers.
Yeah, I thought it was both.
I think there were
Staffing.
3.
We have buses right now that we can't use because we don't have enough drivers to drive them.
Well, even if we did the reconfigure, we needed more buses.
I think one of the other things to consider though, when you talk about start times, and that's a conversation we're gonna be having, but from those subcommittee meetings that they were having, 2 of the main scenarios that they were talking about for scheduling, if they decide to do a flex period in the morning,
You're talking about block schedule?
yeah, for block, that would eliminate, late start times, because you would have that beginning period before 8 o'clock, and you couldn't do it, you couldn't do late start times and do that flex period in the morning, because then tech kids would actually miss classes, they wouldn't be able to go. So you only have that window in the morning or the lunch and learn, and so you either have to do late start times and do lunch and learn, or you'd have to do the early start, or you'd have to leave the start times alone to do the morning, flex. So depending on which direction, it may make late start times obsolete, but I don't see that as an issue.
Yeah, let's talk about.
I don't see that as an either or. I think we can absolutely do that if that's,
So do we
if
have to
that weighs out
determine
being the right
priority?
solution.
Is that what this meeting, we have to, within the next
Right,
meeting,
so
we wanna have an
the
idea.
question was in terms of how are we allocating funds in terms of, so we were asked to bring back kind of where we are from a capital standpoint. Right, summer projects don't go down. Those $3 million numbers are not going to be adequate in terms of summer 26. But then the question was, yes, in terms of the big ticket items, and we have to get you better field pricing so we can send that out in terms of what that looks like. Where would you like us to start to prioritize? And then what we have to do is then try to look at the capital and say, all right, what can be moved, right? What can't be moved? And see where the funds fall over the two years if it's a big ticket.
What does everybody else think? Priority.
Well, it seems like there's some disparity with South, so we've mentioned that before, so we don't want them to be
There has been for years.
not having that, but somebody even mentioned, and we're putting a lot of money into it, whether it's, what are the other alternatives to, I don't know.
What was the number for the lighting again, roughly, the LED?
It's in the bottom right-hand corner.
Oh,
So it looks like it's just about 4 million, plus or minus a little.
And also could be done in years too. It's
Right,
not-
that could be
you
split up.
just pick
Yep.
the high
You
school
don't have to do it
ticket
all.
price.
Yeah.
The large projects are on the right, the bottom
oh,
right.
okay,
They're kind of summarized there.
yeah.
Those are the up-to-date numbers that Andy had in his presentation tonight. I just tried to graph those and update.
Well, Jonathan, to your point, that, we should have a conversation about capacities in different buildings and whether or not they're being utilized, especially at the middle school level, and whether or not that should be prioritized too. And maybe even reallocating buildings to different usages. That's definitely a conversation to have.
Is there a long-term, what's interesting, and maybe I need to do a field trip to all, we have, how many buildings do we have, you said?
Well, we have 11 schools.
11.
14 buildings. Like, we're talking about facilities, it'd be helpful to understand, like, right now at South, what is their auditorium and it can't be utilized? So this is a brand new facility, and then what happens to the old auditorium? I'm not sure what the plan is for that, but is there any thinking that, it's just not workable? I mean, you can continue to sink money into that, or you just say enough, let's find it, I don't know.
Like, for example, that South.
It's a historical building.
Well, yeah, but in a lot of ways, it would work perfectly as an elementary school because you don't need that huge auditorium, right? For an elementary school like you do for a middle school, you could actually fit twice as many kids that are in an elementary school right now in South. I'm not saying that's an option. I'm just saying that maybe we should be looking at each of those buildings and how we're utilizing them and
Well, when does somebody make the determination that it's not just, we can't just continue to try to retrofit the space for our purposes and just say, hey, is it better off to sell that property and relocate it elsewhere?
I don't think you'd want to sell it.
No, but I'm just saying, say, hey, we're not gonna use it for that purpose. I don't know what the options are, but it seems
Are there any
We do look at room usage every year to make sure that we don't have rooms that have multiple underutilized spaces. And we're not currently in a situation at any of our buildings, even though enrollment's gone down some. That we're to the point where we're running capacities at 60%, where you would start thinking about, okay, what does that look like? So, and we have the state does 10-year projections, and so we can always get a 10-year projection out. There was a company that came in 2017 that the district paid back then to do 3 different studies through 2027. And we found that they've been fairly accurate to the state, which means we're then using the state and saying, okay, it seems like the state's accurate. So when we project that out, we're going to continue to go down some in terms of every year over the next 5 years or so.
Can you resend that? Because a lot of board members weren't here for that. So can you resend that building utilization study
Yeah,
out so that
it's-
board members weren't
yeah,
here? 'Cause I know it's posted
It's
on the
website,
website,
I'll
but yeah.
resend it. Yeah.
So from a committee standpoint, do we want to send an email to myself or to Sean, listing the priorities?
Well, I'd like to hear from everybody what everybody's
Yeah, I mean,
priorities are.
let's have a
Yeah.
whole, bring it out next meeting and we'll throw it out on the table.
Sounds good.
I mean, we can stand here and talk about all these projects, put it on paper, get it to me, and we'll sort it all out and have a presentation next committee.
There's no
Well,
immediate vote.
except that, we're voting to approve the budget and we should have some sense of what the plans are.
Isn't that for next
Be-
year?
I mean, I would suggest that in this budget when we approve this budget on Wednesday, I would suggest that we move the PSERS funding into capital. It doesn't make sense to keep it there. There's no usage for it in that fund.
So what's the impact of moving that? I mean,
You're
why-
moving it from
Why
one
are
fund to
we-
another.
why-
There's no
why do we
impact.
not? Why do we not? I guess, it is, to me, it seems like we could use the money, right? And if in 5 years it's gonna be a disaster if we don't have it, then we'll know that. But in 5 years, it's gonna still be 4 million plus interest with
At the June voting meeting, there was always a motion by the board or a motion approved by the board to set fund balances for that June 30th. So that's the time you would make that move if you if you so choose to make the move. It's not part of the budget code.
What's the downside?
But there's no reason why we.
Well, let me answer it. What's the downside of doing this? Why haven't we done it already?
The downside to moving the money is using the reserves of the district. It actually makes up 25% of your reserves.
Right,
Um,
which helps our bond rating.
Which helps your bond rating, helps stabilize your cash flow, provides funds.
It's a cushion.
It's a cushion, provides funds for the district to invest and make interest earnings, and that's actually a part of our revenue source stream is interest revenue, or is interest earnings. So it's a
It's
significant.
available to us, I mean, there's
But
no different.
you're moving it from one earmarked fund to a different earmarked
Well,
fund, that's
Well,
not
it's-
depleting your
there's
fund
no-
balance.
Then why would?
And you're gonna
You
spend
can spend.
Yeah,
Right.
so
I mean, if you take.
we can spend it when we desire to, but if we don't have a immediate need for it, you can continue to do what you're doing with it, right? It's just internally designated that way. It's
So it
not-
would allow us to potentially do the south.
Eventually, yeah.
But
Right.
quicker if we did that.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But we can move it over immediately, right? There's
You
no.
have
It
to,
can
right?
be moved with the board motion at June third.
Or even
But-
anytime
Percent.
thereafter too, I mean, you could do it at any time.
Yes, at any-
So if you're ready to pull the trigger on the south project, you can move it at that point. It's, the two are not tied together, that we have to move it
Would
before
be
we have to.
in the, when we would want to use it. we
Yeah, but you could make that vote at any
But we're
point.
projected to have 13.5 million in capital at the end of this.
would-
Is that
We may
correct?
not need it next year.
Right. Well, that's what I'm saying, right? That's what I hear Mr. Russell saying. Mr. Russell saying.
But
you
there's
have
no
that 4
reason,
million
but there's no reason to leave it in the fund that it's in. You know, the argument that, well, we shouldn't move it because we're not using it. And then we're saying, well, we shouldn't move it because it'll affect our
Well, I would
rating
like to
because
understand that.
because we're using it. If you're not using it in capital, you're not
Accuracy,
using it in
you don't know.
PSERS, you're still not using it.
Would bank, you know, the people you work with as far as our consultants,
Mhm.
would they have any input on
On,
that? On moving that,
well, did,
I forget who we work with.
There's a difference between a structural deficit and pulling from
Well, I'd
fund
like to
balance and
hear
pulling
from
from
them.
a
I just
fund.
would like to hear.
the bond issue, the bond rating company,
Would
moved
they
it.
have?
I checked with them, I had a discussion with them.
You emailed us.
And then the email information came out from Dr. Bolton. And there is, they won't come right out and say, it's not, their policy not to come out and say, we take this $4 million and move it from reserve fund balance to the capital projects fund, is that gonna impact the bond rate?
Right, they said they won't answer the
They
question.
won't answer the question, but what they do is they give me all the data or all their information about what does impact the bond rate. 20% of your bond rating score is your fund balance. It's your reserved and unreserved fund balances. And if you decrease your fund balance, that's one thing they look at when they do their bond rating, is your fund balance steady, is it growing, or is it decreasing? And the decreasing fund balance will have an impact. It's 20% of your
Right.
of your bond rating. So if it's decreasing, it's gonna impact your bond rating.
But we are maxed out as far as what we're allowed to have in unreserved. And then you have reserved in PSERS that can easily be moved to capital. And moving it from one reserve to another reserve has absolutely no impact. And you're talking about unless and until you use it. So moving it now has zero impact.
It would.
And again, when
No,
you're talking
if we
about-
didn't move it out of there, we would still have it as a cushion. If we move it into anything else, we're gonna spend it, right?
But-
On capital, which we may want.
But the idea isn't to hoard away money and try to go, but
We can move
Well,
it
the hope is to
anytime we
use it
want
for,
if
say, a
we
big
have
project
big
like the
project.
South Auditorium, to have it, and then you can use it in that
Or
sense,
if,
but if you
or
move
if
it over
there,
now.
or if there's an emergency that we're not aware of,
Right.
That's
and it
good.
craps up, that.
then we
can-
have the maximum amount of unreserved fund balance you can possibly have. It's between 5% and 8%. If you go over 8%, then you get in trouble, as some districts have
What
recognized
percent?
recently if you read the papers.
I know.
Hey, still.
It's between 5% and
Projected-
8%, and we stay
projected for
right
that
at
in
the top of
future
8%.
for you all? I mean, we're gonna be at 8% in the future based on
We'll-
budget.
We will drop from 8% as our budget goes up unless we add to the fund balance, which we have, which we would have, we haven't done in the recent past because we've taken all that money and put it in capital projects. So we would have to, we would have to,
Continue to do that.
we would have to decrease the amount we transfer over in order to continue to maintain our 8%, to answer your question.
Is that the target or I mean, I know that's high for most
This
districts.
debt trap starts
Act-
at 24.
Actually, it's the max you're allowed to have unreserved. You can have as much in reserve fund balance as you want. Now, when Moody's scored us, for our bond, most recent bond issue, our fund balance amount, unreserved and reserved fund balances, they scored us, that scored one of, actually the lowest rating of all of our ratings. They don't believe our fund balance is high enough.
But it doesn't make sense to, first of all, one of the biggest reasons our bond rating went up is because we're paying off our debt and we're not continuing to take on more debt. Our debt is going to be dropping and we're going to be debt-free. The idea that they would somehow penalize us while that's happening because we move $4 million from a fund we don't need to a fund that we do need. I mean, for us to be holding $4 million in an account for no good reason, taxpayer dollars in an account we will not use, you know, I don't think that that's a responsible use of taxpayer dollars. I think that we should
So will
move
we
that
be
where we'll use it.
planning to issue any new bonds in the next 5 years?
No.
So we have any major things where we would think, so I mean, a bond rating is important, right? If you're going to issue new bonds. And we don't have any, so I mean, if there's an emergency, like you
Right,
said, you might need to do it.
We don't
But
expect it.
We don't expect it, so is the,
As long as we're able to maintain our spending with what we're
yeah,
saving, then no, but, you
There's
know,
a-
large
sure.
projects that cost $20-30 million or $15-20 million,
then we will pay the price.
then we're gonna have to borrow money.
Right, but that's the point of this long-term planning. We should not be doing what was happening before, which is why we've been on this track for the last 8 years to make sure that we become debt-free and start to put that money in there so we pay for projects as we go, rather than spending a ridiculous amount on interest. You know, our buildings are in good shape. It makes no sense for us to be throwing money away in interest. There's nothing that is that significant of a need. Well, that's my point. So there's no reason to be taking out any bonds. In fact, our debt is gonna be dropping and then we're gonna be debt-free.
But I think Bob's point was good. We don't know if there's an emergency, if there's something.
Which is why we have an 8%,
But there's no reason we
Fund
can't
balance.
transfer that if we identify a project that we wanna allocate it to.
You
Right
have
now,
that
we don't.
ability.
right, but
Yeah,
you're,
we have that ability.
but you're-
South Middle.
but if
South.
you're saying the factor that impacts the rating is spending it, then
I'm not even
moving
talking
it,
about the rating.
then moving it from one account to the
I'm
other.
just saying that you wanna move it before we have identified the
I'm
need.
saying that you should move it to capital so that you have it in a fund that you're actually going to use. Having a $4 million
Well, we can
PSERS
still
account
use
that
it
no
in
one will
fund.
use.
We're not saying we can't use it.
You would have to move it, so why would you move
You
it?
don't have to do it next month. You don't have to do it now. You don't have to tie it to the budget. There's no reason to.
We should do it if we have a good use for it.
We do have a good use for it, and we should
Well,
move it
that's what
now.
we're
We
trying
need to
to-
decide
That's
on
what we're
which
trying to
project.
do, that's why we're gonna prioritize
Yep.
things.
So I heard the priorities are gonna go to Mr.
Yes.
Cormack.
That's correct.
Right?
Thank you.
We're trying to
Yes.
come back in June with a
We know what's
set
available.
in
We know
terms
the
of
features
what,
available.
right, that $4 million, we can add it to this chart to make
No
sure,
reason
send this
not.
chart out, we can put that in the bottom right-hand corner, so that you keep that number in your mind as you're
That
thinking
will
about planning.
Figure that
things
$4
like that.
million in to see if that will help us get some of these key things done and not just.
We moving on?
Okay.
Absolutely, sir.
Mr. Daubert, obsolete items.
Sure, we have a few obsoletes this month. South, North, and Central Middle Schools, we have textbooks from various subjects that will be donated. We have contacted the folks that buy used textbooks, but all of these are so old that they don't want them. So our next move is to donate them rather than throw them in the dumpster. At the high school, we have a dual seal vacuum pump. That's from the science department, and that's in poor condition and broken, so that will be trashed. We also have library book surplus at the high school, a number of boxes there, 14 boxes altogether. That will go to public surplus. District-wide music, we have a listing of musical instruments that have outlasted their useful life, or the cost to repair them is more than their value. So we're putting them on public surplus. And then the technology department, we have the April recycling, which is about 3 pages long. So that is the obsolete stuff for this month.
Okay, everyone sees that? All right. I have 2 items I'm going to add to the list, just to keep everybody informed. We talk about the water tower. We're talking about our friends at the water company, NPWA. Talked to Dan Preston this morning. The appraisal has been completed. He can't release it because he's still reviewing it. He said he'll get back to me this afternoon. I was at a meeting, so I'll probably talk to him sometime with this week about that project. But it is moving forward from the standpoint, they've done their appraisal and they're looking at their numbers. That's all I can report now. Next on my list is the comprehensive planning. We talked about that last month. Dr. Bolton said, Bob, you know all about economic development. Would you get involved with the process? I said, sure. I have a tendency to do that too often. But I have talked to the commissioner's office, Commissioner Harvey, at a meeting we had last week. I've talked to Marge McCavitt, the Chief Operating Officer. We're going to start with the Planning Commission, Bucks County Planning Commission first. We're going to look at the 8 municipalities that we're dealing with. We want to set some parameters in meeting with them on the type of information we're going to need. Really kind of it's a long-term cost analysis to find out whether or not what can be generated from a dollar standpoint for taxes for the school district in 10, 15, 20 years. That's where we're at. That's what I'm looking at. It's tough. What I decided to do was go after the Planning Commission first, use them as a power source to bring the 8 municipalities together. Because you guys know it's not an easy process when you talk to them, because we want to get 3 or 4 at a time. We got to get everybody in a room together at one point. So I think the Planning Commission has the ability to do that for us. So we're working on that. Okay?
Just look for planning of land usage?
Yes,
Okay.
Future growth.
Thank you for following up on those, Mr. Chairman.
not a problem. Our next Facilities Committee meeting is scheduled for June 7th, 2023.
Anything on the public comment, finance sheets for the end of the facilities meeting? Okay.
There we have it. Thank you.
Moving on to finance. Is there any public comment for finance? It's always a hot topic for me to talk about. All right, review of contracts. Mr. Dog.
Okay, contracts for this month.
Thank you.
First one is Family Foundations Partnership. This is the in-school and after-school tutoring, therapeutic, and intervention services program. 23-24 school year. Cost is the same as current year, $148,526.
What did they, and I apologize, because I know we approved the aftercare program, which is different, right, than this? This is different than the after-school.
Yeah, this is not kids care.
Yeah, right.
Correct.
So what
This
is
is a
this?
high school program.
Is this something brand new? We don't have anything like
No,
this
we have
now.
this has been it was always called Joe Martin's program. So it's at the high school level. It's now called Craig Witten's program in terms of the employee who is working for Family Foundations Partnership. So they come in and they partner with many of our students, and so they actually work in the high school with students, and so it's an outside, but we've had them for.
Currently,
But it's
they
after
do.
school, is it after?
No, it's during the day. It's an
Does it
employee
look like it's an
here.
after
It's an
school, like
employee-
weekend?
It's like a Lakeside employee working here, but it's not Lakeside. It's a different company, but we say Lakeside so often. And so the employee works here with our students.
And
And it
what,
predates me. I don't know when it started, but it predates me. It was in existence my whole time here.
what are the therapeutic and intervention services? Like what would be some, I don't know, examples?
It really would be based on whatever the student needs. And so they can often be the liaison between the student and the family and whatever the resources that they need, whether they're district resources or outside resources, because they would utilize both.
In the contract, it said Saturday services, which I
Yeah,
thought.
it did. I saw that.
No.
And those are available. I'm not sure how often they're used, but it is a program that runs 6 days a week.
And you're saying we've had this program for,
Predates me. I don't know the first year, but it predates me.
How many people were?
It is a small number. It's 15-ish,
It says up to 40.
up to 40.
Depends on, yeah, and I know that staff at the administration is really involved with students that they identify as doing the sports. but it's been very beneficial to some of our kiddos.
So this is something that like parents put their child in this program, or the school district recommends it, and then the
Yeah,
parents
correct.
agree to it or
Do
whatever?
they sign off on that?
Correct.
Do they sign off on that? So it's
Parent
like
meeting.
with Lakeside, we know how
Parent
there's
meeting with
Yeah, they would, yeah,
agency.
so the student would be looked at to be a part of the program, they bring the parent in, they talk to them, they talk to them about the program, what they're looking at as far as it seems the parents are part of the process.
And do they have like a relief, like kind of like Lakeside, like I mean, that there's like a relief
I
form?
believe so, I can double check with them,
Okay.
but I know that there is parent communication before anything starts, but I can double check for you again.
The next contract is the annual special education services agreement between the district and Bucks County Intermediate Unit. For next year, and these are estimated costs. The final costs will come through based on the actual services that we do use from the IU. But the estimate for next year is $3,109,206. Current year, $2,828,295. And again, that current year number is an estimate. We'll get a final number from them once the final accounting for all the services that we use from the IU this year are finished. So it's a little hard to think you're comparing apples to apples because it's based on what services Mrs. Summers tells the IU from year to year that we're going to need for our kids.
So are there any options to bring things back from there? Like I noticed the hourly cost for teachers is very high. Are we using them part-time, are we using them full-time? Is there a plan to look at that, or are we done bringing things
No,
back?
this is exactly what People Services evaluates every year as to when it becomes cost efficient or better for
Yeah, either
the
way.
students to come back. Because page 3 really will show you all the services we're talking about, and so it's either by number of students or by hours, depending on what the service is.
I just saw
And so
the
that's a detail to give you a
hourly
sense
cost
for.
per teacher.
Yeah.
It's $100-something, $150, depending on what they're.
But that is exactly where, this is actually the chart that we will always look at to say, are there opportunities to, so programs that have been
Right
brought
now,
back and
they're-
come off this chart.
Yeah.
No,
right
we
now,
don't have a recommendation for
Okay.
that, no.
That's fine.
The next contract, C, are 2 settlement agreements for students identified as 2023-16 and 2023-17. I believe the information for those was supplied by Mrs. Summers previously, and that information you already have. So the next contract is Rubicon West LLC. This is the Atlas subscription and premium support. This is for 3 years, July 23 through June 26. Cost is $67,813. That's for the whole 3-year period. So it's about $22,000 a year. The next one is Concord Theatrical Musicals. This is for Central Middle School Spring Musical in 2024. The cost is $1,200, and this is paid through student activities at Central Middle School. Then we have Kencor. This is our maintenance agreement for our 10 hydraulic passenger elevators and 5 chairlift elevators that are in the district. This is a renewal. The cost is $1,550 quarterly, and it's up from $1,250 last year, and this is for next fiscal year. The next contract is Sweet Stevens, Katz and Williams Legal Services Consultation Agreement for 23-24. The cost is $10,000. It was $12,000 last year, plus the hourly rates for routine and non-routine services are listed there as well.
I spoke to Mr. Miller, and he is still reviewing this contract, and doesn't see concerns.
I just had, how long have we used Sweet Stevens for? A while, right?
For special education, it
For- yeah,
predates
for
me.
special
Do you have any
education.
idea when the
No.
origin was? Yeah, I don't
Wow.
know.
I don't know if anyone would be interested in just putting out an RFP just to see what else has been out there. Just throwing that out there.
Can hurt.
How much is, what are we spending per year on average?
Per year, it's, between 30 and 40,000 total. That's with the, retainer plus the, hourly. Yeah,
So they're not a big contributor.
no, it's not a big, large amount of our legal bills.
The special education piece.
Yeah, this is just for the special
Just special
education.
Yeah.
The district did move away, talking to my administrative assistant who's been here for 30 years, moved away for a year from Sweet Stevens in the early 2010s, like 2012, 2013. And then the service they received was not adequate and they came back to Sweet Stevens. As soon as
Do you know
they
who
could.
they use?
I do know who that was. I know the attorney's name, but the firm.
I know the firm, but I don't know if you want me to say it.
Yeah,
Alright.
I don't know that I wanna say it out, you know, it's very.
I'll tell you after,
But that was about 10 years
Sorry.
ago, for
Yeah.
1 year.
Even,
Yeah.
it predated my time, I just
Yeah.
heard that answer
Yeah.
before, that's the only reason I know.
I didn't know what, like specifically, so they circled back and what they felt was like missing from then after having them and then not having them.
Yeah, I believe that the
Expertise.
the expertise and the service that they received from the expertise just wasn't adequate compared to what they needed here in the district. So they, as soon as at the end of that year ended, they went back to Sweet Stevens.
I mean, is it unique that we would peel off that piece away from our solicitor and just use Sweet Stevens for that component? Because it makes sense, I mean, they're fine with that, right?
So Mike Miller doesn't do special ed
But his
services,
firm, not at all, zero.
not his firm,
Yeah.
but he does subcontract with certain firms for special ed services that.
And no
we
one's
can talk
raised an
about.
issue with them, like currently, that we've had problematic, service being provided, right?
The district has been happy
Yeah,
with
with
their
Sweet
service.
Stevens, yeah.
Okay.
The next contract is Lenovo.
Oh, so there's two tweaks that Tom is making to the contract that's here. One, so we had asked them to attach the whole fee schedule because in looking into the contract, we actually don't have a contract with them. Aside from the pool council, we've sort of been using special education services and no one really knows if and when there was ever a contract with Sweet Stevens, and then those rates went up, and typically you would have to vote on a rate change, and that never happened, so we asked to have some way of attaching a contract that shows these are the rates, and then anytime the rates change, we should have to vote on the fact that those rates have changed. But by attaching the whole fee agreement, it really is opening that contract to all of these other services. So he's going to draw up a resolution to attach, remove the fee agreement. So the resolution clearly states that we are only retaining them for special education services, not anything outside of the special education realm. And then also the pool council will be through Tom Warner and him giving those responses. One of the things that we've started kind of doing at the IU is any board members who wanted to, be on those pool emails can also receive that legal advice and then be kept informed of the legal changes that are happening, around the state. And so he's just adding that other tweak in there so that we can also receive those communications as well. So just, okay.
All right. The next one is our annual lease for our one-to-one laptops for the incoming class. So this is the Lenovo Financial Leasing. This will be for 48 months, running through the 4 years that our incoming freshmen will be in the high school. The lease rate factor is 0.25448. The annual payment is $218,497.80. For this, we get about 600 of the student laptops, 80 another model of laptop and 155 of a T16 laptop. Those other laptops are non-student, they would be staff, because each year we do a group of staff members along with the laptops for the kids, so that we are constantly trying to have a
Nice
recycle.
cycle.
Yeah, plan in there, so.
How is this rate compared to years past?
It is very competitive with years past, up just a tick, but very competitive. Diane does work with a number of different companies. This is actually the maybe first or second year that we're with Lenovo. We were with a different company. We got a better rate, so we moved away. So we're working with.
So you have multiple bids on this one?
Yeah, yeah. We look for the best rate we can get. Okay.
Yeah.
So,
Anyone wanna go back to textbooks?
you know, I've brought a lot of people are, I'm going to share what I've shared in years past, since there's a lot of new board members who haven't heard it before. Maybe you'll like it, or maybe not. But we continue to lease 1/5 of the laptops every 5 years, so that we pay for 5 years. It does not save us any money to lease as opposed to purchasing them, and then we also pay for them to clean them up and take them back. I would prefer that we change that process and purchase the laptops, and then at the end of the year, through some kind of process, offer them off at the value. Those laptops are still worth something after 5 years, and I think especially some of the higher end ones that we're using, and I understand not I understand rolling them over, but then wouldn't it be great if you could just pay a small fee and keep your laptop, for some of the kids who may not be able to afford to buy their own, or offer that to the community. I just think paying to give them back kills me every time that we have to pay for all these and then give them back as opposed to just buying them. So I still would advocate for doing that.
No. We started this 4 years ago? Yeah, it's the 4th year.
What, of leasing them?
Yeah.
We've
No,
been
a
leasing them
lot
since
longer
I got
than
here.
that.
I was gonna say,
We
but
were leasing them
We've-
before that.
Do
Yeah.
I was gonna say we went through.
They've been leasing them since before I got here, Dave.
No, I know, but I
Schools
mean,
do purchase?
we went down to 6th
What's the-
grade, I think.
If you look at other districts, this is obviously everybody's using laptops.
It's a cleanest way.
We're paying more money to lease them. It kills me.
Most people lease them.
I think so.
It's
And
the
that'd be
clean, it's the
interesting to
cleanest
know.
way.
I don't care. Why pay to lease them and give them back? Pay more money to lease them and give them back? It kills me.
It's
Kills me
expensive.
kills me every time.
Yes.
Else.
It's expensive to get rid of them.
If
No,
everybody's
no, it's
buying
not.
them, then maybe there's an advantage. I don't know
Well,
if buying-
it's expensive to
To
pay them
recycle.
to get rid of them as opposed to letting people keep them.
Anyway.
I would think if it was less expensive
Surplus.
to do it that way, a lot of districts would do that, if that's a sale.
Well, that's what we should
It would
do.
be interesting to see at least,
Be curious to know
cost
if anyone else.
and
A lot of
to-
companies, big corporate companies,
Yeah.
I mean, they lease all their stuff anyways, the majority.
So you'll do a cost analysis on purchasing versus
No,
leasing?
all I asked for is anybody else to buy.
I'd like to see a
I
cost.
think it would be
I'd like to
interesting
see
to
the cost
see-
breakdown again.
the numbers, and then typically how, because I know,
You
like,
have to go
obviously
out
there's
to
some,
bid, I mean, that's a lot of work to create.
You don't have to go out to bed to get the pricing.
to purchase.
Well, there's all sorts of things besides purchase, repairs, everything. I mean, it's not just a buy.
Well, right, we do that
Wow.
anyway.
Yeah,
You have to
but we're
repair
doing
them
it.
either way.
Does leasing include the repair, or is that separate? Or is
Make
that-
the contract for the,
With
Yeah,
the
that's separate.
leasing, there's
Breakfast.
a repair premium with
Yeah.
it. And-
So it's part of that contract.
Right, and it's up to the parents whether they take the insurance
Yeah,
or
right.
not. If they don't, they're at their own risk. If they take it, then it's, repairs are paid.
You'd have the same thing if you buy it.
Well, that's what I was wondering too, because that's what I was thinking, I know like you have to pay a certain amount for insurance, and kids are not always the most delicate with their computers. So that, I wonder if that's a difference between the leasing and the purchasing. But how big of a bear would it be to get the cost if we would purchase? Would it be a crazy hassle?
Well, we know what the cost is, to purchase them, and we're paying 0.25448 per year, for the leasing.
Okay,
So the leasing company is paying for them up front.
Right.
We're paying 0.25448 over 4 years.
right,
So, and then at the end of that 4-year period, we can basically, it's their responsibility to take those laptops, wipe everything off of them, clean
But
them.
we're paying a
and deal
premium
with
for them to do
And
that.
when they're junk, they're junk.
mhm.
So we're just basically saving all of that work
Mhm.
and expense from our staff
Right.
of having to take care of that wrap up or that cleanup.
Because that's in this cost,
And
it's not
if-
an extra cost.
And if
Right.
students opted to keep them, you wouldn't have to wipe them clean because it's their own information.
But so,
Nobody
like-
wants a 40-year-old PC. No
I
kid wants
do.
a
Right, so I know it follows,
I would use it.
this, like, I don't know how, the Penrith, do they have to give it at the end of the year back because, and then they come back and pick it up the next year? But it's still their same computer, correct? Yes, it's the same one
Yeah,
for
they
all
have the same
those
one for
years.
4 years, so you take
They
care
do
of it.
things a little differently.
All right, well, I'd still like you to share the cost breakdown to everybody so they can
We
at
certainly
least
can
see
look
it.
at the cost analysis. The issue will be Wednesday night's meeting, right? We obviously have a unique situation because of the quickness of the turnaround,
Mhm.
right? We are probably not going to have a cost analysis for Wednesday. I would have a concern waiting till June to order our laptops for the
Right.
fall. And so we're going to still put this on Wednesday's agenda. We will.
Can you share, instead of redoing it, can you just share the last cost analysis that we had done?
Well,
I
I don't
know it's a
ever
little
remember
outdated.
one, so I'll have to ask.
Yeah, we
but-
did have one.
Okay, I believe you, I just don't remember it, so.
All right.
Next item on the agenda is the PSBA membership renewal. The cost for that, this year is $17,308.76. The current year at $16,194.82.
Wow.
That's for the all access package. And we do not, if you look at the form attached, we do not purchase the administrative regulations portion. So the dues invoice is attached, and we provide that to you each year for approval before we pay that. The next area is,
Can you elaborate on what the all access piece is? I forget. What, is above this, is $3,500 more than the standard membership?
It gives you all the things that are included there, right? We looked at this last year, right, because we were asked to price them out separately, so when we priced them out separately, the pieces we used were more than the all access. Right, when we looked at the standard membership and then added the things that we use, the policy maintenance and the live and online trainings for the board members, it ended up being more than the all access package.
So did we just price that out comparing that to the all access package, or did
No,
we
it's
price that out
standard.
for the whole thing, like the whole 17,000?
We did the standard plus the pieces we used. Like when we went back to them and said, if we pick and choose, and we choose these 4 things, what does it cost? It ended up being more than that 16,000 or whatever the all access was this year. Which is why we did the all access for this current year, because it ended up being more if we were to piecemeal. That was done.
And what are the pieces that we use?
We use the training, we use the policy maintenance, and then obviously the standard membership stuff, which gives us access to them. But that's whether it's standard or all access. I don't know if our access changes.
But I guess what I'm saying is, in the
Policy.
standard piece, what are we using from that?
Well, the standard piece, you have to be able to get a membership with them, you have to have a minimum of 3,500, that's their standard. And that is just means they'll pick up the phone and call them, because you're a member.
I just don't know that I want to pay $14,000 for them to pick up the phone call when I call them.
I don't understand what you're saying about 14,000.
Yeah, they said 35.
Well, it's 3,500.
This,
The standard
base.
membership plus 3,500 for the all access.
I understand what you're saying, right? The
So if you minus
minimum
that,
is
if you,
right.
then you're at.
Yeah, I understand where you're coming from.
So you're saying like $14,000, like that's what I'm trying to figure out. In the standard package, I'm just paying $14,000 so that they pick up the call,
It's
the
the
phone when I
access to
call.
conferences, it's all of their
But I- yeah.
publications, but that, yeah, that's, yeah.
For
And I
me,
feel like I asked this last year, but I feel like there's not another, to even compare,
There's
to,
not.
to say like,
They're
what
the only
price do
way.
you offer?
Yeah, we did talk about it last year in terms of, if we don't do it through PSBA, there will not, we won't have those services.
Mhm.
Gotcha.
those services meaning the add-ons that are the 3,500.
Right, or access when we have questions. I mean, we do call PSBA when we have questions about things.
Wait, so it is
You-
14,000? I thought you said it was 3,500.
No, it's 14, the 3,500 is the extra stuff, which if you were to piecemeal is more than 3,500.
Right.
I think the 3,500 is what we use, and the 14,000 is what we pay
But
to
you
be able to
can't
pay
do that.
extra
But you
for the
can't
things we
pick the 30,
use.
you have to pick
You
the
have to,
standard.
yeah.
It's kind of like their gotcha, but
Mhm.
yeah.
Do they do?
Okay.
Onward. Thank you, sir.
okay, the next group of items are bids from our transportation department. These are items that we're not able to get through any type of cooperative purchasing, other than the last item, which is the tires, which the IU does do cooperative purchasing. But what we have here are bids for brake parts, and you can see all the different brake parts listed, plus the amounts, and then the highlights of what was chosen as the best parts for the best price. The second group are engine transmission parts. The third are vehicle batteries. And then we have transportation radio maintenance, so that would be all the communication devices in the buses, the radio systems and so forth. And then the next one, we have shop fluids. You can see those items. And then finally, the last one is what is the bid from the IU, which are the tires, new tires and recap tires. And then we are able to piggyback on that bid with the IU and purchase the tires that we need off from that bid. So those are all the annual bids that we do in the transportation department. So if you have any questions about those, let me know and I can get you answers from Kenny or me, Lee Buchanan.
Not a direct question on this, but it just feel like I'm not sure where we ended up. But where did we end up with the cameras on the bus and the ticketing thing? Where did that land?
So that was approved and that's in the process of being implemented.
So when are we expecting that to be in
bus
effect?
driver salaries that was talked about, Mrs. Kraus was gonna come back with a proposal on that or recommendations, am I remembering that right?
Yeah, there is.
Yeah,
That's too late for this budget.
No, that's contract negotiations, so we can talk about that in executive session.
Okay.
okay. The next item is a request for an overnight trip. And since we don't have an activities meeting this month, this is on the finance agenda. So this is the UCA cheerleading camp. And this is a request for the cheerleading students to attend a camp in the summertime. It begins and it runs in August, begins on Friday, August 18th. It's for, I think, from Friday, August 18th to Monday, August 21st. All right. Alright, so,
She's like, yes, I don't even have to present it.
so my daughters used to be cheerleaders and they went to this. I love it. So this is where the kids go.
The highlight is the chocolate milk.
Yeah.
Everybody loves the chocolate milk. Yeah.
Yeah, so this is the UCA camp where the kids learn safety techniques, improve teamwork and communication skills, and then enhance positive team mentality. And this is where they gel. This is like football camp. This is cheerleader football camp. This is where they gel and become a team and learn to work together. So
Who'd have
it's
thought
great.
Mr. Dalber would be a good spokesperson for cheerleading camp?
Yeah, I paid for a few of them over the years. I wanted to know what I was paying for. And there are chaperones there from our coaching staff, plus the UCA staff is there chaperone the kids. Hey, go ahead.
Are we allowed to bring up students this year? Because that was the big question that I wanted to address. We have some 7th and 8th graders that we put together as a competitive team last year. I want to have the school's approval, but I also want to take it to the parents. But you guys don't meet over the summer, so I want to have your approval and your blessing before I go to the parents and say, we'd like them to come.
Sorry about that.
I'm not, with this being the first year, I don't really want to make it mandatory at this point. I'd love to make it encouraged for them to come, but I know that there's a lot of financial demand from the camp. It is $300 to attend for those 4 days. We just wanted to sort of open it up and make sure that we have the school's blessing before we went back to the parents and they said, yeah, we love it, and then we just say,
I think as long as the parents sign off, I think it's fine. I like that you're not making it mandatory because some may not be comfortable doing that yet at those ages and some might, but I like the idea of giving them that exposure and letting parents decide.
And it's not going to be mandatory?
Not this year. We are working to develop a more intentional middle school cheerleading experience. 2 out of 3 middle schools have full-time coaches that are able to offer them a sideline experience. This is the first year we were able to do anything sort of competitive with them. So we had 2 competitions. They got second at both of them by less than a point by way more established teams. But it was nice to bring them up. We had a full mat surface that we could offer them. As a high school coach, I had to do a lot more training and stuff because I wanted them to compete. So I had a lot of those extra certifications to sort of just be a little bit more intentional and offer them a little bit more serious experience.
But do you plan on making it?
In the next 3 years, it's part of my plan, but nothing that would say by August it's going to be mandatory.
Well, is that common to make it mandatory for them to pay money to have to be on a team or something?
At the high school, it's currently mandatory.
Current high school, I get
Yeah.
that.
For the middle school, we're looking, just because it's only a competitive experience, we have in the next 3 to 5 years, we'd like to take the middle school to nationals, which is that Florida competition. I'll be back to Bonney before in the fall. Just to say, hey, listen, if you are serious about competitive cheerleading, Henry's can offer you that. There are a lot of other very wonderful programs in the area. The price tag we're offering is probably $500 all in. Other local gyms are gonna be asking for $3,000 plus all in. So it's just trying to offer a little bit more of that school pride and getting them ingrained in those traditions a little earlier.
That's correct.
Okay. I didn't hear any no's.
Right.
Sounds good to me.
Okay. Awesome, thank you.
Okay, the next item we have is the technology budget. Mrs. Miller does apologize. She was not able to be here tonight because of the change in the meeting schedule. She had already, her and her husband had scheduled a trip out of the state, so she is away. She'll be coming back, I believe, to the office on Wednesday. So Dr. Bolden and I are going to do our best to sub in here for Mrs. Miller and give you our best rendition of the tech budget.
I would say if you can step in for cheerleading, you can surely step in for technology.
See what happens. Let's see what happens. Okay, so 23-24 technology budget. First slide we're going to go over is the current staffing. First, we have a director, which is Mrs. Miller. You all know her. She does have some clerical support. That position is actually shared with the business office. She also then has a data administrator and an assistant data administrator. They do application and account support. The next position is a network administrator technician. He does network maintenance and security on the network. Then we have 7 computer building techs that handle the technology for 6,500 kids, almost 1,300 employees, and within 14 buildings. Those 7 people are stretched out pretty thin. The next slide, this is a look at the district computers. We have about 6,600 laptops that covers staff, students, and loaners. We have about 2,650 iPads for staff and students, 700 projectors, and numerous printers, copiers, phones, wireless access points, switches, and cameras that our technology department supports. We continue to increase in number of software applications / portals to support. Our laptops are 951 laptops to every technician. We have 378 iPads to each technician. And our student staff to techs is 1,116 students and staff members to each tech. So Mrs. Miller is requesting a new level 1 technician be added this year in the budget, and we have had that position listed on our listing of additional employee requests in each of the budget presentations that we did the last 2 months. The reason we need the new position is to help balance support across all buildings. We're just stretched really, really thin with our techs throughout all the buildings, and we have 7 pretty good people, really good people, but they do get sick, They do get vacation. There's times when they're not here, and we really suffer sometimes. So we do need more help. We need to be able to increase our response time for tickets to get our help to people as they need it.
Do you know what our response time is?
You track that all over time.
She,
It's in your ticketing system, right?
yeah, she has,
Yeah, we'd like to know.
we have a ticketing
If it's
system.
that
we use
bad,
the same
what
one
is
as we
the,
did at tech school.
Yeah.
what do we,
The issue with it is most tickets are closed at the end of the day regardless of when they're done. Right, and so if I do a ticket, like, so my response time might be, I get a ticket at 8, and I solve it at 9, but not until my lunchtime do I actually close the ticket when I sit down and do a bunch
that's
of
not
them.
good data.
And so we just have to be careful in terms of, so we can still ask for it, but,
That's an interesting.
So you're saying
thought,
all of
but
them
not
are
by
being
the
done
day.
within the
Within a
day?
day, so
well, I'm not sure they're all done
Yeah,
within the
that's-
day, but the
yeah.
vast majority of them are, yes, but.
I mean, I guess
we can
I'd like
get that
to,
data.
I'd like to see all the data that shows the need.
Ticketing can be very tricky. I can
Are we
just say.
supposed to solve them within a certain period of time, based on what? I mean, if we're tracking it,
Depends on
it's
what's
only, if you only know if it's a day or not, that doesn't tell you if it's getting better or worse.
Right. Yeah, and it's like days.
It depends what's broken. If it's software, it's hardware, if it's,
Well, I understand
You know,
that, but
connectivity,
some,
it's-
when you need a technique, you're out of work for a day, you can't use your computer, that's different than.
I think that's when they
Can't
swap
log
out with the loaner, and what they do is they just give them a loaner for the day so they can have their original laptop back that is earmarked for that student. So that
Sometimes
way
you're out of
they have,
loaners.
they don't lose a lot of time per se, they just get a loaner
But
until
we don't
the other
know
one's
what,
fixed.
we have no way of measuring that, right? Is that what you're saying?
No, I think he was saying he was gonna pull the data together, right?
Yeah, but you're saying he solves it in 15 minutes, but it's, your data says
They
it's a
may
day.
very well, right, that's
That
what we'll have
doesn't-
to look at in terms
doesn't
of.
tell us.
Ticketing perspective is kind of tough sometimes, because if you're working on
I understand.
12 different things and then you close them all at the end of the day, because you're like, yeah.
Yeah, but if you're saying we need more people because we're not responding quick enough, you have to have something to compare that to, not just that.
Yeah.
I mean, anything we want to improve, you should monitor and understand it, but you don't want to create a lot of work monitoring immediately. You know, say only spend a day.
Right, like number of tickets, how long they're open, when they close, any concerns?
Yeah. Her goal also is to become more proactive than reactive in our servicing and systems and so forth, and allow for different support configurations across the district. It just give us more ability to configure the support structure in different ways, and hopefully try to become more responsive and the technology budget itself, 23-24, first area of the 300 objects to purchase professional technical services. So areas that this covers: the Microsoft Campus Agreement, network consulting and support, technology pool consortium, E-rate consulting, staff training and development. So this is a lot of our professional services. Current budget is $170,325. Year-to-date expenses are just over $60,000. Project to spend about $135,000 this year. And our budget for next year is reducing to $149,325. And the reason you don't see the year-to-date expense yet is that the Microsoft Campus Agreement hasn't been paid yet. So once that's paid, then it'll come up to her projected year. The next area is the purchase property services, the 400 object. These are our technology device leases. You can see each of the 4 years lease and the cost outlined there. We also have elementary teacher laptop lease, middle school teacher laptop lease, STEM 1 laptop lease, and STEM 2 laptop lease. So they are machines just specifically for the STEM programs. And then we have network switches, a lease of $175,000. This will be to switch out all the network switches, which were done 6 years ago.
Yeah, it was a while ago.
Yeah, 5 or 6 years ago was when the last time, and so the network switches are ready to be upgraded and switched out.
So even with the STEM laptops specifically, I mean, you're buying really high-end laptops with pretty extensive capabilities. You don't think even those would be worthwhile to purchase instead of lease? Because that's a much smaller number of laptops we're talking about. And then at the end of 4 years, those are,
You'll get a package deal with Lenovo or whoever we go with, the vendor.
what's
You'll
that?
just get you'll get a better package deal with Total, with leasing them all. No matter the
But
brand
you
or
don't,
model.
because when we looked at the numbers before, you don't. You get, it was costing us more. It's costing us more. All the numbers showed when we asked for the numbers. So I just, you know, if you can keep those and then repurchase them, then you have even higher end laptops than the new ones you'd be getting at that point because they're specific to STEM.
You gotta talk
We're gonna
operating
pull the cost
systems.
analysis for you.
You gotta talk, yeah.
I'm just saying STEM is
Operating-
another category if you were talking about.
Yeah, operating system upgrades and all that stuff and licensing, so there's lots of variables. I like the lease option, I think it's cleaner, just from a perspective
I
of.
just want to paying a lot of money to get it back.
Okay, next slide, additional purchase property services, also within this area of service contracts, the MFA software, next gen firewall software, and the full wall. We also have maintenance contracts for VMware, Barracuda, which is our email archiver, Jamp, which is for our iPads, SmartNet, and VM, which is our backup solution. We also have computer maintenance repairs that are not covered by warranty, that would be charged to this area as well. So looking at the numbers for this area, current year budget is $1,427,000. The year-to-date expenses are a little higher, $1,493,000. Our request for next year is $1,314,931, which is a reduction of $112,221. And this has to do with the purchasing of the security solutions that we did last year with multiple year contracts, and don't need as much in that area next year. That's the SmartNet. The next area is the 500 or other purchase services. This is our internet services, the RWAN and the WAN internet. Also our internet, our cyber insurance costs go here, and our travel for our technicians, travel between buildings. Budget cost this year $119,000, year-to-date expense $172,000. Next year's request is $174,000. So this is going up by $54,000, and we are transfer general. Yeah, we.
So it's in line with what you expect to spend this year?
It's in line with what we
This year
expect.
you moved, what'd you move, which insurance did you move in?
We recategorized some of the insurance into the right, but we had some of it in, Kelly's budget was actually,
Should be.
should have been in that budget, so it's just some adjustments. Next area is the 600 area. This is our software and supplies, student information systems, annual subscription support, online registration, eFinance Plus, which is our accounting software, and our HR software, Board Docs, which is our software platform for our school board meetings, ClassLink, Unified Talent Ed, Unified Talent Records, which are HR programs, network support, classroom management software, middle school student technology, laptops here, plus the ADP warranty, elementary student technology, laptops and iPads, projectors, and then other consumables, light bulbs, anything that the technology department needs as far as consumables. Cost here, budget is $1,039,000 this year. Year-to-date expense $939,000. We're projected to spend about $974,000. Our request for next year is $1,089,530, an increase of about $50,000. We are noting a laptop price increase and full burden of the record software platform, which was a new program that came in last year, and this year we have the full cost of that program. So those are the increases in cost in 600 line items. So overall budget for technology, current year $2,756,000, next year $2,727,000, excuse me, which is a reduction of about $28,000 year over year. So that's the technology budget. I'm sure I did not do it the justice that Mrs. Miller would have done.
Excellent job
That's
nonetheless.
the best I could do.
And this is okay with security and everything. And
Yeah,
it's amazing when you follow that it's flat.
Yeah.
I hate to say that, but
yeah.
just making sure.
Insurances are covered.
Do you remember the board put a large increase in last year's budget for security? Okay,
And I'm gonna put a plug out there because we have a new cybersecurity program opening up at the tech school, so we should be encouraging any of our tech savvy students to look into that career path.
Very much indeed.
the next item on your agenda is the general fund budget. This is on your screen is the PDE 2028. This is the state mandated form, which we must present our budget on for adoption. So all the numbers that we went through, we've now presented them within PDE 2028. The budget itself remained the same that you saw last month, which was $154,662,447. It's an increase of 3.45% over the current year budget. It has no tax increase. The real estate tax millage will remain the same at 130.2555 mils. The only change that is in this document is we received on May 1st the property tax reduction amount from the state. The current year property tax reduction amount is $3,059,218. That will actually go down a little bit to $3,016,707, which is a reduction of $42,511. So that money is what is given back to taxpayers through the homestead farmstead exemption. So the homestead farmstead exemption would decrease based on the number of people who applied and were approved. That number went up a few, and the amount of money that we're getting went down a little bit. So the actual exemption that people will see on their tax bills will drop by $3.78. So
we get getting more money, or?
we're getting a little bit less than we
Less.
did in the current year. So that new number is expressed in this budget document.
But it's
No, it's,
not. So everything else matches up.
everything else
That's
in
what
the,
you just filled that.
yep, the total is exactly the same. So the reduction, and really that money comes in as a reduction dollar for dollar from the real estate tax. So when that number goes down, the real estate tax goes back up a little bit. So they match, they even out. But the amount, I just wanted to point out the amount that our taxpayers will see as that homestead farmstead reduction will go down by $3.78, but it is completely based on the amount of money the state gives us for that.
It's not based on anything we do.
Correct, plus the number of people that actually apply and are
Yes.
yeah. So, other than that, the budget that is in here is the exact same as the budget that we presented to you in April. There's a form on the third page in which Mr. Rice has to sign when the first budget in May is approved, which basically says that this budget was presented on this document and is available then for public inspection. And after Wednesday, on Thursday, an ad will run in the newspaper that says that this budget is available for public inspection for the 30-day period, or from that time period on up until the vote on the final budget in June. There has to be 30 days between the two votes. The board can, if it wishes, change the budget between those two votes, but doesn't have to, but it can. It is legal to do that.
So if there were any changes between now and then, we wouldn't have to restart the 30-day clock.
Correct. Yeah. Yeah, we just have to we'll make this available on our website, and if anybody wants to come in and look at a paper copy, they can come in and look at a paper.
Has anyone actually done that? Come in and looked at a paper copy?
Not recently, no, because we just tell them it's on the website and show them where it's at, and most people, do that. So, but we haven't had any walk-ins for quite some time. But basically, you
The,
can.
the best still was, I don't know, I guess no one here is old enough, or has been here long enough to see a person from the public coming in with a wheelbarrow full of pennies to pay their tax bill at the meeting. That was one of the highlights.
I remember someone throwing cash on this.
On the stage?
Yeah, it was like my first year here. But anyway, you can see the detail in the document. If you do choose to look at it or want to see any detail, the revenue section is first. You can go through all the revenues that we went through the last couple of months. And then after the revenue section, you'll see the expenditure section, and you can see all the expenditures. So, any questions you have between now and Wednesday or in the next month, please let me know, and I'm happy to get you answers. So.
Okay, I do want to bring up questions because I was looking at the budget, the first look, the 40-page,
Okay.
and we're going down a little over 20,000 for athletic department. Is there a specific reason as to why that you remember why that's going, why we're taking away money from our athletic department?
Trying to think.
I'm just thinking, like, at myself, I just feel like, I've said it before, I always feel like, we should be competitive in everything, we're big enough, and I'd hate to take away,
We did not, I will tell you this. We did not sit in our budget meeting with the athletic director and say, we're not giving you this that you need.
that you're asking for,
Yeah.
and we're denying it.
Right, the budget that he put together and presented to us
Mhm.
is the budget you see.
Okay.
So what he needs and is asking for is in there.
How big is the total budget for that understanding?
For athletics, it's,
It's just the first look,
So
but,
yeah, it's about
It's
just $400,000.
Right.
Does it
That's
normally
with-
fluctuate that much
That's
from year to
without
year?
salaries and benefits.
Is there usually that significant of a fluctuation in need from year to year in that
Well,
budget?
it's interesting because last year's budget had a $60,000 increase
Okay.
for some equipment needs. And so
and
actually
right, when you don't
it's
have the
down.
equipment need, I
Right.
get that, like, once you pick
So
it up,
it's
you
down
don't need to buy
21, but
it.
it's really up 40 from the year before. So
And you're saying it doesn't include,
That makes
obviously, like this, you're saying salaries and benefits, no,
Correct.
right,
Yeah.
okay.
Some salaries and benefits.
Put it towards our grass fields.
I don't think that's what the equipment was.
I know, I'm like,
No, no, all
That's
the,
really
all
far.
the-
We're talking medicine ball.
all the costs for the fields maintenance and stuff would be in Mr. Harper's budget.
Okay.
So this is just the cost for, what you're looking at there is the cost for athletic supplies,
Got it.
athletic equipment,
Got it.
uniforms, transportation,
Right,
insurance,
okay,
all those
Referees.
referees,
okay,
all those direct costs for the athletic events is what you have there. Mr. Harper's budget takes care of all the field
like
costs.
the maintenance and.
Yeah, maintenance, like replanning, lining fields, things like that. Now, if there's a new soccer net or lacrosse net then that will come out of there.
Right.
And there was, like, Dr. Bolton, he's right on it because there were a number of things that Mr. Hagan came to us in his first year and said, these are pieces of equipment that I think we need to replace.
Mhm.
They're getting old. He had some safety concerns. One was some of the pole vaulting equipment. I know that was in the track, and there was some soccer net issues. There was also some lacrosse, I believe some lacrosse net issues. So there were certain pieces of equipment that he felt we needed to upgrade,
Right,
especially at the varsity level. So he did that, and that's why the 1 year it went up, and now we're
now we're
coming
down.
back down because we put some of that stuff in place that he needed, or he felt we needed, right away, so.
Sean, for any of these discussions, it's always helpful to have 2 or 3 years history, because then it avoids a lot of these questions. So, usually it's good. data you provide is actually, but it does. I mean, a lot of these things go up and down. If you can see that trend on one sheet of paper, it's very helpful for discussion.
So you're saying no tax increase and a balanced budget, right?
Yeah.
So fifth year balanced budget?
7.
No, balanced budget's fifth year, right? No tax increase for seventh, right?
Right.
Just checking my numbers, make sure my numbers are right. That's pretty good. Not many that do it, huh?
Don't wanna be.
What was the one, what was the paper, what was the article? What percentage?
Less than 2%.
Less than 2%.
What's that?
School districts in Pennsylvania kept their taxes the same, is that?
Over the last 5 years, I
Over the
think.
last
so.
5
And how many of them are debt-free?
So,
I know of
Sure,
one.
you could look at.
I know of one, I don't know of any
Oh.
more than one.
Yeah.
It might be one or two,
Yeah.
and both in Bucks County.
Yep.
Both in Upper County.
That's impressive.
That's all, Mr. Miller?
Yeah,
All right.
that's all we have on the agenda for tonight.
Thank you. The next finance committee meeting is scheduled for June 7th, 2023.
Where do you sign up
I
for
think
the
it's
second
over
public
here.
comment?
Right there.
And I don't see anyone. Is that your way of saying you
You're
wanted to?
gonna see me.
Wait, we see you already.
Just kidding.
Mr. McLennan, please.
This is where the big buzzer goes off.
He's speaking from
Almost
town
went
hall.
Ross McLennan, Hilltown. So the comments made about the obsoleted items, where's the list, I guess? I heard that, and there was something that was mentioned that.
It's in there.
It's in there.
Yeah, that's usually under, in the meeting.
It's in here
It's
somewhere,
simple
right?
docs,
You
yeah.
gotta excuse
It's a
me, this
handwritten
week has
doc.
been crazy.
It's all good.
And you mentioned textbooks. Well, how about the culled library books by title? Would they be in there? Okay, so I can look that up. Also, it didn't come up tonight about Vermillion. And after the last meeting, I went back and I reviewed the finance committee videos. I found no mention to Vermillion. I also looked in the board docs and the finance committee meetings for 2023. They're not even there. There's 4 for 2022, but there's no notes in board docs for the finance committee, which would surprise me. So in the context of what I was reading, I see nothing about Vermillion mentioned until this last meeting. I thought that was odd. Yet you mentioned at the last meeting, it ended up with a vote, 5-4, to spend a lot of money, potentially. To be honest with you, I don't know which is scarier, the fact that you were duped by an outsider, an obvious grifter who could potentially cost our community millions and destroy the hard work of teachers and administration, many of which spoke up against it, or the actual curriculum itself. I'm not sure which is worse. So, thank you very much.
Thank you. Anybody else sign up?
Nope.
All right.
Would it be appropriate to take a 5-minute break?
Sure, please.
Mr. Thomas, did you listen to the live stream?
And first on our public comment list is Ross McLennan, Hilltown Township.
Ross McLennan, Hilltown. I'm against the 119 controversial issues changes. I want to point out that your February 6th, 2023 meeting notes do not include a mention to the informal 5-4 vote to drop the pay survey. I know it's informal. It's clearly shown in the video. It's not in the meeting notes. I wanted to point that out. Thank you.
Thank you. Joshua Hogan, West Rockville Township.
Yeah, Josh Hogan, West Rockville Township. Just wanted to say thank you for the vote 2 Wednesdays ago for the restrooms and locker rooms policy. I wasn't really going to say anything, but the conduct of this meeting, actually, I figured I'd have to step up and say thank you because this has actually been incredibly functional. I think there were a couple of times tonight over these long and brutal 3 hours where I thought it was going to descend into the normal back and forth, and it didn't. And I think a big reason for that is that whatever happened in exec session or during the meeting leading into the bathrooms discussion, suddenly there was all of you together, and it was a beautiful thing to see. So I just want you all to know wherever you fell on that I appreciated it. I know there's not a lot of fanfare in the room, but clearly I think we all know why, and we should be able to acknowledge that this really is like a landmark issue. It reminds me a lot of 2018 with the walkouts, which was a very personal issue to me. So I appreciate the direction you guys are taking. I just encourage you to stay on it. Hope the whole board stays on the current trajectory of passing a sex-based bathroom policy. So thanks.
Thank you. Okay, so as far as the first topic, we do not vote in committee, so there was no vote to no longer have the PAYS survey, but a majority of the board had indicated that was not something that they wanted to continue with, and the administration is following in that direction. It's not something that requires a board vote, so that's why we've never voted on it.
So it's consensus. Should it be in there too?
Um,
So it's a decision.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's possible for, I don't think it was, I guess whoever's, who takes the notes, and I'm not gonna point anyone out. The point is, the person taking the notes obviously didn't think that there was significant enough
capture
discussion
those
to think
items,
about putting
right.
that detail in there.
I mean, that will happen lots of times where there will be an informal direction, and those things are not captured normally.
It's more
Because they're
detailed.
not, because it's not a vote.
It's the meat of the conversation that gets captured.
Yeah. Okay, so we will start with the review of policies up for second read, with the first one being policy 119, controversial issues. When you open the document, you will see that Mrs. Summers went through and took everybody's feedback from that board meeting and just put it all in here in blue so that you can differentiate the changes made since that board meeting till now, so that everybody can go through and consider each change individually and decide if you want it, don't want it. And then there was also a suggestion to look at policy 235.1 and the criteria there. So that's a separate agenda item under first read for us to consider and look at as well. So I'll turn it over to Mrs. Summers to walk through the changes.
So the first change that you'll see is on page 1. The definition was added for controversial survey, so you'll see that on the first page. You will also see throughout page 2 and page 3, the word controversial and third party were added throughout the policy to better define what type of survey is being discussed. I know that was something that was brought up last time, so it's a bit more clear. The line that references career and education work surveys was taken out, since the policy only references controversial and third-party surveys and parent participation. So you'll see that at the top of page 2. Again, just to be very clear as far as what the policy is looking at. You will also see on page 2 as well the line that says, all parents and guardians shall be required to opt their child into any third-party survey in order for their child to participate. We took that out, and it just went back further down into the policy, just so that it can be consistent with the approval preferences for controversial surveys. So you'll see midway through approval preferences will be broken down. This is where it talks about controversial surveys, and then it talks about third-party surveys, and it uses the very similar language from the third page, which talks about the preferences for families. And then you will also see the sentence, which is on page 2. This shall include third-party district, building, teacher, and student surveys or questionnaires, including but not limited to. So I can highlight it up here so you can see it. It's this one right here. That was taken out, and then with the addition of the definition for controversial survey, some of that was then embedded into this section here that talks about questionnaires, surveys, or informal polls. So those are the changes that were made since the last policy meeting for this survey.
So there was also a suggestion to define the category where the definitions are. You have 2 definitions there: controversial issues and controversial survey. There was a suggestion to add definitions above that so that it's clear that you're defining those 2 terms. So, that could be an addition. The only other thought that I have as I'm going through this again is where it has the definition for apparently I can't say that word today. Controversial survey presents a controversial topic. I would just change the word from topic to issue, just because you're kind of referring back to the last definition just for consistency, because you use the word topics in the definition but not in the word you're defining. So I would just switch that one word. That would be my only thought. And then I don't know if anyone else.
Yeah, so it's hard to explain it in email. The comment that I was making about using the 8 protected areas as our definition. So it's these 8 protected areas from the Protection of Pupil Rights Amendment. So I'm looking at this list of areas on studentprivacy.ed.gov.
So if everyone wants to open up in a separate screen, policy 235.1, you can see the terms that she's referring to.
And this policy 235.1 has been proposed by PSBA, but it's not, we've not adopted, we don't have an existing one.
It's just a draft list. So what I noticed is different between the PSBA policy and this government document is the PSBA 235 lists for marketing purposes. So this policy sets forth guidelines regarding the conduct of surveys and collection and use of information for marketing purposes. So that's not called out in this amendment. And so what I'm saying is, could it make sense to take the 235 policy about surveys and include our guidance regarding these controversial topics, and we can amend, we don't have to make this policy exclusive to marketing purposes. We can make it even more conservative and list these 8 protected areas for any survey that is
You're saying
conducted
take
within the
those
school.
8 areas and embed that into
119.
I'm saying,
119.
use
Okay.
that as our definition of, it's, yes, sex behavior or attitudes, mental or psychological it's, you can't think of any more. It's income, it's familial relationships, and keep 119 current events, which is what other districts have it as, and is the PSBA policy. 119 is a policy on guidance for discussing current events in class, and 235 is surveys.
As opposed to trying to combine it.
It feels like 119 it's like a mush, and that is not a knock on Miss Summers at all. There's a lot of stuff in there, and it feels difficult to follow.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. It felt like we were trying to do 2 things in one policy. If there was a separate policy, it might be easier. But I also think it's always hard because you're not sure which way it's going to go. If the consensus is to go with 119, 119 needs to be straightened up a little bit. You don't want to have a definition that says can be defined, because that's precatory language. It means it can also not be defined that way. So you want it to be, say, shall be defined. But I do think that I would separate the 2 and have a a separate one for surveys and the other one for controversial issues. I think it may be cleaner to do it that way. Because I also didn't understand, even if the consensus again was to keep 119, wouldn't you have to end the teacher, the parent sign off? Do we also have to put in, again, because we're dealing with controversial surveys, does each of those questions, I give my child permission to participate in all district building generated controversial surveys? So that, because this, again, so we have to modify that, I think, because right now the checkoff is just all surveys, all surveys, all surveys.
Does the introduction handle that? That section starts with the following options will be provided to all parents when identifying their level of participation in controversial and third-party surveys. That was the attempt to try to make it over.
I get you. The only other way I would do was reverse. Anytime the word mentions surveys, it should be, it means controversial surveys. But
Wait, are you on are you talking about on 119?
Yeah,
Yeah,
Because I think Mrs. Summers did that. She went through and put that
on the
everywhere.
question, the data verification process, it's not, again, we
Well,
just.
it's referring back to the topic.
Yeah,
But
the
if you want, I
surveys,
mean, I guess
but-
that's the only spot that it's not, so I
Yeah, the
guess we
only
could
spot
add it
that
there
it's
too.
not, right.
So
But
if
I'm
we
just
wanna
saying,
add
do you wanna-
shall and controversial there,
Or do you wanna say, hey, we should deal with surveys in one policy and controversial issues in a different policy, as opposed to trying to merge the two together?
I mean, I feel like we've been doing that. I feel like we've been merging a lot of things together. Like even with policy 109, I feel like there should have been like 4 things, like textbooks, library books, and some other school districts did that as well, but we merged it into one. So you just think it, like you said, cleaner, but I feel like
Well, even the way that this started out, it was controversial issues. It wasn't even anything to do with surveys, right? So that then we tried to put surveys in, and then it got all difficult to define because we weren't dealing with all surveys. We're just dealing with controversial surveys, but yet we had different language. So then you're thinking, okay, well, what is controversial? And then there was some issues of how do we define that controversial? And then it seemed to be some gravitation toward these 8 enumerated positions on the protected information under the Protection of Pupil Rights Amendment, which seemed to make sense, which was a little bit more even expansive than what we have in our definition of survey. So this almost seems like more consistent with what the intent is of having the surveys, is have these 8 items versus this. So then I'm thinking, well, maybe as opposed to trying to blend, why not just keep it separate?
That's a
But
good way to say it, it's more restrictive or.
not,
So-
or just it's consistent with trying to
Yeah.
get.
so as I'm pulling up 235, and then I wrote down the categories in 119 just to kind of compare. Religion was one of the categories. I see religious practices, affiliations, or beliefs of the student or student's parent or guardian.
Like, we don't have sexual behavior in the controversial survey.
We have
but
sexual orientation.
but that's
Yeah.
behavior, so behavior is different than that, and that's in the protected pupil, the pupil rights protection thing is behavior.
So
Antisocial.
does sexual orientation fall under sex behavior or attitudes?
I think sexual behavior attitudes is more expansive than sexual orientation.
So you think that sexual orientation does fall under that category?
Yeah, I would say so, but sexual orientation doesn't include all sexual behaviors.
So then so we did, religion, sexual orientation.
Is it income,
Social,
So it says critical appraisals of other individuals with whom respondents have close family relationships.
I guess if I'm
Political affiliations.
if
or
I'm trying to
beliefs.
enforce this is less clear to me. Like as I'm reading those 8 different criteria, trying to determine how to implement that, and we can always tweak the wording, but for me as I'm looking at those and whether or not and how to implement that, it's more confusing to me.
Are we required to implement, is the pupil protection, what is this, Protection of Pupil Rights Amendment? I mean, is that binding on us? I mean, it sounds like it's some official thing. Is that something
But again,
whether you wanna incorporate it or not?
but this is specific to marketing.
But no, I actually read that differently at the top because it says and the use of information for marketing. So it doesn't mean, so I'll read you specifically what it says. The policy sets forth guidelines regarding the conduct of surveys and collection and use of information for marketing purposes. So it seems like it's not just.
But it makes it seem like it's for, I hear what you're saying, but then when it says for marketing purposes, it feels like, are all 3 of them for marketing purposes? Because it says and collection, which doesn't say a collection of what, so I feel like for marketing purposes, that's where I feel like it makes me feel like all 3 of them go with that.
Yeah, that's what, if
I
It would
mean,
be better to have a semicolon after conduction of surveys, semicolon, and collection and use of, information for marketing purposes.
I mean,
Right, but
Christine, to your point-
where in that part does it, so I get what you're saying at the top, right, but then it's broken down specifically, like, for example, personal information, is, like, you have purpose, but under that you also have personal information. Well, clearly the policy's not saying that you can't ask them for their personal information, or there are times when you're gonna have to ask them for their name, their parent or
Yeah.
guardian's name, their
Right,
home,
right,
their
right.
address, their street name, all of those pieces, right, which are still under that same,
Yeah, it doesn't say asking for personal information is prohibited though, right, under there?
but that's what I'm saying, it doesn't, I think what I'm saying is the purpose that you have at the top doesn't necessarily apply to everything below it. So I think we're saying the same thing, which is why I'm not sure that, when you say, because I think what you're saying is that you read the Protection of Pupil Rights Amendment, you're directly relating that back to the purpose, but the purpose doesn't necessarily dictate that piece, right? It says for purpose of this policy, protected information, but then you have to go down.
Yeah, are we bound by this Protection of Pupil Rights Amendment, or is that just something that's somebody promoted and said, you know, is it like a,
That was
230.
is it a standard that applies to us, or is it just voluntary for us to?
From the law. It was from the law.
235 is not a required policy,
Okay.
the 235.1.
Okay.
Now, I can't answer your question in terms of whether we're bound by that anyway, but usually when we're bound by law, they make policies required. And that you, like, you know, when the Title IX changes came in, we changed a bunch of policies related to the change in law because we're required to do that. We didn't have option.
So even if we're not, it seemed like they were more explicit and dealt with concerns from the community about clearly defining what we mean by controversial issues. There were some we had not listed in our policy 119. Income and religious practices and criticizing close familial relationships, critical appraisals.
I mean, I'd be fine to add some of those things in. I don't know how, because like it does read to me like the marketing purpose and then the personal information piece. I don't know how you could pull that over into it, and not to make it even more confusing, but I still would like to discuss like the NOVA piece that's brought up at the school board meeting, and with using third party presentations. I feel like that should be something that also requires parental sign off, and I feel like it would possibly go under this policy as well.
So just in cleaning up some language here, this policy had said no student shall be required to submit, you know, it talked about specific to the US Department of Education.
You're talking about 235?
Yes, I'm sorry, back to
Yeah, that's right.
235. It talked about, you know, it applied the rules about this just to the US Department of Education funded surveys. And so we had removed that language to make it apply to all surveys, so that it's not just those, it's to all of them that you would have that same protected information, right? Which then made the next column, I think that was why the next column then became obsolete, because we're lumping it all together and saying the same rules apply to all of them. Now, as I'm going through, again, I guess I would compare the two lists and see if there's anything that's missing, anything from one list that's not, you know, that we feel like needs to be protected, that's not in another list. You know, you would, if you're talking about the opt-in language, and you wanted to move that to this policy, then you would just essentially, I think, go up to where it requires board approval if it has these topics, you know, in that line, I would, you know, you would say parents would be required to choose whether to opt in or opt out with the same data verification process, and then copy and paste that language down to the bottom, the same way we did in the other one if we were trying to move it over. I guess for me, it's like, we accomplished both things the same way, so I don't
Yeah, I just don't know which is clean. Yeah, I think.
I don't really have a preference, I
Yeah,
guess.
right. I do like the language on that because it ties, the reason why we're asking for this, parents or guardians shall be informed of the nature and scope of the individual surveys and their relationship to the educational program of their child and parent or guardian. So that that's why we're asking for that. I mean, why is this relevant to it? It does, so that I think there's some good language in that, but again, then it feels like you're, maybe it can be, combined further, but there is some good language in this proposed one that could be accomplished with it, both. I don't know.
I think my confusion, 235 is completely different than I think the surveys were talking about, because the way I'm reading this, they're talking about gathering information, if the district's gathering information or the Department of Ed, for then marketing, which isn't anything we're concerned
Well, it's
about.
like another category. See, it had the federal U.S. Department one, other funded, it's really about third-party surveys. And then the last one talks about collection for marketing purposes. So it is, the way it's set up, it's not just all marketing. The one was U.S. funded surveys, the next one was surveys funded by other sources, and then the next category was collection of information for marketing, sales,
But I think
distribution.
all of them are, they're talking about those three categories, it's regarding marketing, because in the very beginning, the purpose says collection and use of information for marketing
Yeah,
purposes.
that's where I said, I think, I'm reading it as a semicolon after conduct of surveys, comma, semicolon, and collection and use of information for marketing purposes, comma, consistent with law and regulation.
Yeah, I don't think that's what they say, but you could make it say
Yeah.
that. I think what
Right.
you're saying is you'd like to make it say something different, which we could do, right?
So, yeah, that's what I was saying, is, it's not required for us to have this, but we want something about surveys, and we've got our own categories. There's good language in here, maybe it's clearer for the community to have this modified for
I
our
guess-
purposes.
I also think it gives you some credibility to say you're referencing the Protection of Pupil Rights Amendment, which sounds like we're not just pulling this out of our hat.
I agree with that.
How'd you stumble on this, Christine? Just search surveys and see if they had something
I don't
existing?
remember exactly, but I came across the studentprivacy.ed.gov website, and I thought, I wonder if that could, again, help the community feel like the definitions are clearer. And even make it more reasonable or understandable to enforce a policy. If it's clearer, it should be easier to enforce it.
And then what would you do if you're adding additional categories that aren't in the 8? So would you say,
That's why I hate, that's the only part I would hate to
Which
like
ones
define
are
this
missing?
all.
Which- yeah,
What do you think
well,
is
like
missing?
geopolitical, I don't see geopolitical, I don't know what,
Political.
as far as social, I don't know if you're covering.
Right.
And then, does gender identity fall under a category? Honestly, as I'm reading through this list, I would be, when we talk about clarity as far as people being able to implement it, I would be less clear about how to implement these 8 things than I would the other definition that we had in the other one. Like, I understand what you're saying about the credibility and specificity, but I feel like this
Well,
makit
I mean,
even
how
more
would you
difficult.
define a personal belief about a social issue? I mean, that's really broad, right?
Well, I think it would be a controversial social issue. Everybody
I don't wanna
knows,
just- I don't
everybody knows
wanna
what's
define it.
controversial and
Yeah,
not
I'll tell you
controversial.
What's controversial to me?
What's interesting on this one, I'm trying to think of something number 6, back on 235-1, legally
But that's just
recognized
one,
privilege.
right? Then you would be able to say, I don't care if my kids take whatever surveys, you'd have that option.
Trying to put a definition on it is impossible.
What was it?
That's
Number
why to me, at
5,
least
I don't know what they
what-
mean by number 5 either.
When you're opting in,
Yeah, critical
all surveys are
appraisals
opting out, I
of
feel
other
like that's
individuals
how-
with whom respondents have close family relationships. I don't know.
People with families, someone's making comments about from.
But how would there
So,
be a survey?
hope not. Unless it's done within the family.
I do feel like some things are missing if you just go with the 8. I mean, if you wanna say like including, you know, like, or like such as, again, or listing them, I think that's okay, but I feel like there's, can't be like your end all under these 8 if you're going to add them.
Okay.
So I'm like again, I think it's fine to put them in there, but not like, you know, it's, should just be like these 8.
Number 6 gets me too.
Have to limit it somehow.
But I mean, you have the definition in there as well.
But it does have things that are not in this, so the mental or psychological problems,
Certainly
right?
couldn't take
So
that.
there's things that maybe need to be determined, because we don't have, that's not in 119.
Right.
I also
So
think,
like you bring them over,
Right,
I think
right.
that's fine, but I feel like then you would still have to keep the controversial issues can be defined as topics related to personal beliefs
Shall
such
be,
as
yeah, needs to say shall be.
shall be.
I guess the other thing is, as I'm reading the one on 235, it seems to be referencing, those categories specific to you, right? As opposed to those topics in generality, right? And so when we're talking about, well, we're just talking about this topic in general, we're not asking them to disclose their personal information regarding that topic, right?
Yeah, so maybe that's where your different
Yeah.
types of surveys get broken out, like we have in 119.
What do you mean by that?
Well, we're talking about, let's see, so district-generated surveys for students, teacher-generated surveys for students, student-generated surveys, third-party surveys.
But I guess what I'm saying is, in this policy,
Yeah,
that list of 8, you're talking about protected disclosure of that information, which means like you're disclosing about yourself in those 8 categories, not just that you're discussing those 8 categories, right? So in other words, illegal, antisocial, self-incriminating, or demeaning behavior would be my own illegal, antisocial,
What
you know what I'm
happens,
saying?
it's just, again, I'm just thinking
Someone's
out
gonna take a
loud,
clip of
but
that out of
what happens
context.
if you define, you also put a definition in here, protected information. So you put protected information beneath our controversial issue, you have controversial issues, and then you have protected information, and you use that whole 8-person thing. And then when you define a controversial survey, you use it to include controversial issues as opposed to topic, which I changed too, I thinking on that same lines. And surveys involving protected information. And so then you have controversial survey is
So you
one
use
that-
both
yeah,
categories.
exactly.
So basically, take this survey, take the other survey, copy anything that's in this one that's not in the other one, and anything that's in the other one that's not in this one. Put them all together and call it 235.1? Is that basically what we're saying?
Perhaps, but
maybe.
you
You're
follow.
rewriting this one a lot.
But and I do like the reason.
As Jen
is-
looks out like, is that?
And I do like that rationale though in 235 where it talks, that we're trying to find out why you're doing the survey, what's the educational benefit of the survey? And that's what, as a parent, that's what I wanna know before I sign off on it, right?
Sometimes
what's
you
the-
don't see things till you
Right,
come full
right.
circle.
Is it just say, what is the educational benefit of this? Anyway,
Oh, I agree. That part, including that.
So, do we want Jen to take a crack at combining these 2 policies?
but I think we should
Doing what
bring
you're
it,
talking about, where you are, you're saying, you're adding both categories to
Right.
the whole thing, right?
but I think, I don't know whether that can be done between now and Wednesday, right? And say for the second, or is it too much of a change?
I think you're just copying and pasting the pieces and putting it in.
This one was first read though, so policy 235.
Well, right, if you
right.
combine these and move
Yeah.
them to 235, it would be first read.
Yeah.
That's what I think it needs to be.
Yeah, so you could still approve it as first read, and
Yeah.
then you'd still have a second
Time to
Yeah.
discuss it.
round
To go through.
to make sure that it's
Yeah.
what you want it to be before you vote, a final vote
It's
on
only
it.
gonna go into effect next year by the time we get it done, so it's taking
Right.
an extra
So then my question
So
would
we
be,
do it
after
on
you
June.
combine all of the, let's say we do that, we combine all of these, and if the preference is to put it under 235.1 as opposed to 119, do we just eliminate 119, or do we still keep a 119?
The part of it was, don't we have that policy about advocacy that accomplished, because I feel like the 119 is a merging of our advocacy policy and a survey policy. So why don't we just keep the advocacy policy and then have a separate survey policy?
So just eliminate 119?
Yeah.
But does anyone else wanna
We'll check
discuss,
it.
like I said, with the Nova and where that would go? Do you feel like it, cause if it just goes to surveys, then it wouldn't.
Well, I think, you know,
felt like it was covered under policy 109, but I feel like
Well,
there
I-
was disagreement.
I feel like, I mean, all curriculum has to be approved by the board.
But I was told that's
And
not curriculum.
It is, it's outside curriculum that should have been approved by the board, and in the future, all of those things need to be approved by the board. We can't be having curriculum, I mean, to say that, it's kind of silly to suggest that our administration needs to approve curriculum before it's taught, but a third party can come in here and teach curriculum and we don't have to approve it, right? I mean, then we're holding our staff to a higher standard than we're holding third parties to, which seems backwards to me. And really, it's already a violation of policy to not approve curriculum, any curriculum.
As I said in the email, that will open up, and I'm willing to have that conversation, that will open there. The number of times people come in from the outside and teach our kids, if that's the definition of curriculum, that they are teaching them, and you want all of that brought before the board, that it goes much wider than.
Well, I
a
looked at your
no
list,
presentation,
and
right?
none of the things
So-
on your list were people
No.
coming in and teaching material.
So our firemen come in and teach fire safety that enforces a health lesson. Parents come in and teach
Well, hold
a
on.
message out of a book.
Well,
So
let's look-
if you
can we
think
take
about
up
the
just-
things that happen in our
Can we take them one by one?
So-
But let's
so-
take them one by one. So firemen coming in and supporting our curriculum, teaching our curriculum, then it's
No.
already been approved.
No,
You said fire safety, that's already in our curriculum.
I didn't say it's in our curriculum. I said they are coming in to support a lesson that's done in health class. And so the kids learn about fire safety from the teacher. Then a fireman comes in and teaches them more about fire safety. And so yes, fire safety is in our curriculum, but what the fireman's teaching is not our curriculum. The
Well,
fireman's bringing in whatever their program
I guess
is.
that's where I feel though it
And
comes,
so,
it goes under the controversial issues, cause like fire safety, I feel like would be like, no,
No,
but
but
the Nova presentation would be considered
well, first,
controversial.
I think what we're talking
If a
about
fire
here.
presentation, if the fireman is coming in and teaching doing a fire presentation, and we have that in our curriculum, that's fine. If they're teaching something outside of that, it should be approved. If they're not teaching what's in the curriculum, but they are, they're not teaching anything that's not already in our curriculum, that's the point.
Yeah, fire
So a
safety.
parent comes in to read a book about a topic that's not in our curriculum. Should the board approve that book before it's presented to our kids? Because that's what you're saying. You're saying that anything that's taught to our kids that's not in the
No, that's
curriculum,
not-
you
that's-
want to approve.
But that's coming in and doing a read aloud.
Is teaching kids something, right?
But no, but teachers are reading read alouds all the time. They have to
I'm talking
be.
about a book
they
that
have
is
to-
not.
They have to be, they have to fit what would be approved in the district. You can't come in and read a book that would be a violation of a policy. But if you're just reading one of their books as a that's different than teaching curriculum.
So if a topic is covered in class by an outside person that is not currently in our approved curriculum, I'm hearing you say you want the board to approve all of this. So we'll think about assemblies, we'll think about field trips, we'll think about, right, I don't
We already
know- I
approved
don't-
those things.
I don't know where you don't approve assemblies that it costs money, you don't approve field trips that don't cost money, right? And
Parents
right,
do
there's
have
not
to
a
fill out a
contract, you
parent
don't.
permission slip
So,
though for
yeah.
field trips.
Right,
They do
not
have to fill
assemblies,
out.
but the curriculum isn't in those isn't in those permission slips. I just wanna make sure I understand what we're defining, right? Because the practice that we're talking about has been the practice well before I was superintendent. This
Well,
isn't
what
something.
would
I've
your
never heard-
solution be to ensure,
Right.
what do you think then would be the solution to ensure something like that Nova thing never ever happens again?
Well, first of all, we'd have to have a conversation about whether that was appropriate or not appropriate, but I understand your opinion in terms of whether you felt that was appropriate or not. But the question really is always coming back to we, being the building principal, being the administration, whoever's, depends on what level it is, it's often the
Yeah.
teacher, right? When you're talking about a parent reading a book, it's the teacher who knows what that is, the principal doesn't have any clue,
Right.
right? So those types of things are approved by the professional in the classroom, depending on what level they are.
Look, I
It
think,
could be teacher, it could be principal, it could be
I think-
assistant
The
superintendent.
person who simply wrote in with a complaint in the note.
That is what she's referring to when they say
So
the no.
one person complains. and
Well, there was more than one, but
I mean,
but regardless.
there's gonna be issues with that.
look, I think we all know what
Pretty
curriculum is, and
egregious.
I've never heard you use the word curriculum referring to any of those other things, but you used the word curriculum when you talked about
I did,
what
it was
Nova
in
came
their
in.
form letter, I didn't use the word, it was in their form letter, they called it a curriculum. Right, and so yes, I signed a letter where it was referred to as curriculum 2 years ago, before we were having any of these conversations. But I would, curriculum has a very specific definition, to me, when I say curriculum, I talk about a curriculum committee, we discuss and approve anything that's curriculum, it's ATLAS, it's the pre-ATLAS, right? That's curriculum. That's why policy 119 goes beyond that, because policy 119 talks about things that are not in curriculum. It talks about other resources that may or may not be, like library books, like, right, things that are in the library, classroom book, libraries, things like that. And so there are pieces of 119 that are not curriculum. But that doesn't mean everything that is presented to our kids is, right? So if an aide stops them to teach them a life lesson that's not in our curriculum, like, let's make it as ridiculous as this could get in terms of people being worried about what I need to be approved, right? And so I'm teaching the kids something about tying your shoe that's not in our curriculum. Oh, I need to, right? And I know that's ridiculous. But that's my
Right,
point.
it's
My
all
point
different
is we need to make the decision as to. So I understand that there was one thing you wish someone had brought to the board, which is what I hear you saying.
No,
You-
or
you
have
then- and then-
parents sign off on those types of things. That's where my thing is like,
What if
because
we
I agree,
added-
people are gonna have different opinions, but I feel
What
like
if we
there has to be something
added
for that.
third-party presentations to, if we're making 235 like our own, why couldn't it be surveys, any third party, anything controversial? If it's a
And that's what he's-
presentation,
I
if
think
it's
he's
a,
saying like if it
Because
was
say, even, I'm just
assemblies.
trying to think, say you go on a field trip.
But that would be
and I can't-
controversial.
A teacher doesn't know what this, say it's somebody who's in a particular role, you go to, and they're gonna explain something about
Right,
US
but
history.
all field trips you need to sign off.
Yeah, but I'm
Right.
saying that we wouldn't know what the curriculum's gonna be. Sign off permission is usually to
go.
not necessarily
And then
on
you
the.
know the
Well, right, but you know where they're
topic.
going.
Yeah,
So
but
do you-
I'm saying
know what
that,
topics.
I've been some places where you think I may disagree with the historical perspective that this person's presenting, but I wouldn't call that curriculum.
Or a certain painting on the wall.
Right, and I'm even thinking, we've had issues where people, say there was a death of a parent or even a child in the school, and somebody's saying, hey, they're available for grief counseling. I don't think we don't approve grief counseling, but yet it's something that I want. I wouldn't call that curriculum, but yet.
Right, it's not curriculum.
Yeah, I know, so how do we determine what's curriculum and what's not curriculum, is the point.
Coming
So-
in and teaching a topic to kids.
Well, that's like a grief you're teaching a kid on how
No,
to
you're
handle
counseling
grief.
a kid.
Okay,
Right.
so what's the difference between counseling and curriculum, and what's the difference, I guess, how would, and is if you go on a field trip and somebody presents in some way, is that curriculum they're teaching? But it's not curriculum that we would approve.
well, I think it's different. You go on a field trip and it's, any individual anywhere could say something that you,
Right, a parent
for
already
the
signed, a parent
school
signs
to
off on
bring
it.
in a group though that presents something like that,
How-
it's
in
different
my
than
mind,
what
I
somebody
don't-
might say
If I
on the
bring the
street.
field trip to the students versus, this, I guess, I don't know, or you,
Well, if
whether
there's
you
a
go
field
or
trip
bring-
about sexual abuse, parents would know, like, hey,
Yeah.
I might not want my kid on this
Yeah.
sexual abuse field trip.
Right.
Or have some,
Can I suggest we get back to the policy piece? Is that?
Well, I
from a
think what
time
they're saying is
standpoint
they
or-
wanna
It's-
add
that's
a
just what I'm
category.
saying,
Okay,
yeah.
that-
I don't
So
know if
Jen, can we
anybody else
look at
wanna do
adding
that.
can we look at adding something in there for third party that is any third party surveys or presentations
Are we,
in that category? And then combining these two, any pieces from both, putting
Then
it
that's why I
together,
feel like
putting it on
it always has to
235.1.
say, if we go 235.1, that would just be surveys, so then would it just stay 119?
Right, where 119
If it-
refers
I don't
to
know.
anything, not just surveys.
when you combine, are you using 119 as your base, or are you using 235 as your base? Because that's going to be helpful as far as organizing.
well, 119 started out like 5 years ago when this conversation started as controversial issues, right?
But it's actually current events in PSD.
Yeah, but we didn't title it.
Let's call it 227.05,
Right.
that's divisible by 2 if you
It
add it,
talks
yes.
about proper
You knew I was
educational
wondering.
use of current events related
Saw it in your face.
educational goals to the student's level of maturity. It does not tend to indoctrinate or persuade students, encourages balanced presentations and open-mindedness.
This is PBSA's 119?
119 is conducted in a spirit of scholarly inquiry, is instigated by curricular design or by the students themselves, is not related to the employment status of the teacher or other district employees.
If
Sounds
UCR
pretty good. Why don't we
119 was
use that
approved in
one?
2012. So that means they've changed the I don't
It's
know, the purpose, the wording, or whatever.
But they
in terms
changed
of-
it,
Yeah.
okay, since then,
Yeah.
okay.
But that sounds like a good policy.
I just said to Bob, it sounds pretty good. Why
Yeah.
don't we just use that?
And there's nothing else that deals with the NOVA type.
And that's what just, I don't.
Well,
don't know.
I do think if I mean, as far as assemblies, I do think we should know who's coming in and giving assemblies. I do think that assemblies should be approved and parents should know who's coming in and doing assemblies for in their
Parents or
schools.
board?
I mean, do we really have that many assemblies?
I know elementary school, they used to do a lot.
And we
especially
certainly
the
don't have a
calls-
lot that are
the
free.
calls. They do, send it out.
We're already approving all the ones you pay for. It's the loophole seems to be if they come in and you don't pay for it.
Right, because that's what, Nova's not, doesn't cost us anything.
If they paid,
So
we'd
therefore
we'd have
we
to
don't
approve it.
Have to approve that. So that's where I feel like a third party, I don't know if you say like a third party that is
So what
free.
they're proposing. Contracts with-
But we can answer those questions.
Well, controversial presentations would use the same definition we're using for surveys. So we're not talking about every presentation. If it's a zoologist, hopefully we're probably safe.
I mean, so
although
if
how
you
would
moved
know
it,
anymore?
so if you moved it to 235.1, would you title it controversial issues/surveys? If you're combining them both under this category. So that way
I think
it
keep
goes
it
beyond
separate, keep
surveys.
survey one separate and figure out, there's gotta be something different for,
So keep 119, but move the survey the specific survey piece of it to
and can we
235.1.
see what the proposed one from PSBA is for 119? Can we look through that? Why don't we look at that?
But you also said what did you say that one's titled now?
Current events.
Current events.
So I feel like that's hard, it doesn't, it won't, if you're gonna put in the Nova piece in that, or like any third party contract, current events and that would not, but what you were reading sounded, like it would match up with that,
Well, maybe we can take a look at it
and then decide if we wanna change the title. Okay. Alright.
So was the answer we're using 235 as the
that's what it sounds
as the umbrella?
I don't
And
know
not-
that
and
we-
then considering the new 119?
I don't know that you would necessarily. I think you're kind of looking through. I hate to say that because I feel like you're taking each piece and figuring out sequentially what makes sense in the order, and you're really just merging them together. And you're calling it 235.1, but I don't know that you necessarily are using one as the base. You're really just merging together in a way that makes sense. If that's how you want to do it.
I think that there's gonna have to be some delineation between the controversial definitions and then Mr. Russell, what you said, where it talks about protected information. Like that,
Right.
it's going to go back and forth throughout the
Yep.
whole policy. So I think that's probably where we would start.
I say we call it 354.
Okay.
And the hope is that there's a draft before 7 p.m. tomorrow so that it can be posted for first read.
Well, we'll see, and we can post it, and
Right.
if board members read through it and they aren't happy with it and don't want to do a first read, because again, it'll come back around for second read, so we could even approve it as a first read and then go back and have a discussion on it in second, and in policy again to see if we need to tweak it some more.
Well, I have the utmost respect for Mrs. Summers, but to dictate that in 20 hours she's going to have that finished, we
I
will
wouldn't say
try.
We can roll
Yeah,
through
I wouldn't
that
say
next
dictate it,
slide.
I would
We'll
see,
try.
we'll do the best we can.
Right, if it's not,
Get it
Quite
done.
surprised that
that's
it's
fine.
it's
I mean,
24 hours, that would not be good.
And then you also want a look at 119 current events, and we can send that out first thing.
Thank you.
I was just hoping that I didn't have to talk about this policy anymore. Okay, so next is extracurricular participation by home education students. This was approved for first read. There were no questions or comments. If there's no questions or comments now, we'll move forward. Just send it for second read. Everybody okay with that?
Yeah.
All right. 720, use of restroom and locker room facilities. Mrs. Summers, are there?
So I can explain what was done. This was
Yeah.
similar to what we had done for the other version when we had that one on the agenda. Was where we took under definitions, we took the two paragraphs that were not considered definitions, and then we moved them to under guidelines because it fit better because it wasn't considered a definition. We also, there was a conversation about, you see under scope where to add the word visitors to make sure that we were identifying all the different types of groups that could come into the building. So that was done under scope as well as under staff restroom access. So we added, it was just staff, we just noted school and district staff, parents, visitors, and volunteers. Because again, it then applies to any adult coming into the building, and that would fall under that same piece.
So that's where I was a little confused. So if I'm reading this right, let's say I'm a visitor coming into the school.
Yeah.
I cannot use any multi-user bathroom, based upon my sex. I need to go to the staff multi-user bathroom.
Yeah, I think this part is to identify that you're not going in with others, like you're not using the same bathroom as students.
Okay, so like at a board meeting, and the bathroom that is the closest, is that a staff multi-user or is?
No, it's not.
Right, so then you couldn't go
And so then
in
the
that
question
way.
would be, does this only apply to students who are in the building?
And like
Right,
technically they could be if they're like
yeah,
after
they could be.
school. So
They
then
could
how would we let adults, visitors,
We would have to inform them, we'd have to
Right.
have some, we'd have to let
Okay.
them know what the closest was. And there's one in the office, which students can't get to, so like
Right.
if they're coming to the office, they use the restroom, that's easy.
right?
It's if they're going to the sporting event, or they're going down to
Right.
see whatever.
Because you're right, that happens a lot, like
Sure,
even like
sure.
wrestling tournaments over the weekends
Yeah.
and those
Yeah.
multi-user bathrooms, there's gonna be students
Yeah.
in there just because they're ages. So we're saying then that those adults cannot go into,
What about,
That's what this is saying, yes.
right, so that's what.
that-
what about at Hellman Field?
So-
We don't have separated bathrooms, so everybody's using the same ones. It's after school, but they're not designated as student bathrooms, so I would assume that's fine, because they're not
Which
student
one are you
bathrooms, they're
talking
public
about?
bathrooms.
Originally,
field.
just,
The field is what.
The field.
They're huge
The other
Well,
question
even-
we,
oh, go
sorry,
ahead.
go ahead.
Even a crowded board meeting, not the board directors, but we've had meetings with a couple hundred people. Are they all gonna use, what bathroom would they use?
Well, we'd have to then think about how we're making sure that there's a staff adult, right, not just staff, but an adult access.
Well, I don't know, but didn't
I-
you say that for evening events, there are student bathrooms that you, open up to being public
So
bathrooms?
for instance, the single-use bathroom that is by the auditorium, right? Now, we don't take the locks off, and so, but there are often multiple people will go into those. But they say single-use on them, and so if someone walks in and locks the door, somebody isn't going in behind them. Now, there's another set of bathrooms not too far down that hallway, so it's not as big of a deal as it would be in some parts of the
Well, it
building.
wasn't applied.
But if it's
There's a
labeled-
huge line.
Okay.
So,
And if one of them's labeled for students, this has exacerbated that issue in terms
Right.
of where they could go.
I would
The
not-
other thing, we were talking about, like logistics, as we thought about, okay, if this passes, this part of the staff restroom access, obviously this says if they use it. So we obviously have staff that supervise bathrooms, and if there's something going on, staff can still go in because they're going in for a disciplinary thing or to check on, right? That doesn't get covered here.
right,
The issue is, like, if a teacher needs a paper towel, or they get something sticky on their hands, they wanna rinse their hands quickly, and the closest is that student bathroom, like, that would happen right now. This is now saying they can't, and we just need to make sure that we're clear about what use is, because the whole point of this, I think, is that an adult is not walking in where a student might be using the restroom. Right, I'm assuming that's what the point of this is.
for the staff restroom.
For the staff, I'm talking about for an adult, right, I'm not talking about kid to kid, I'm talking about an adult, which means there will be what I would call, inconvenience if a teacher has to quickly go use a restroom for some reason, even if it's not to use the restroom, but it's to go into a restroom, they now will not be able to. And so there will be that level of inconvenience, I don't know how inconvenient it'll be, I don't know what teachers' habits are currently, right, in terms of how many times they go to get a paper towel as opposed to having it in the room, I don't know any of that, but it's the type of thing we thought through it's easy if you're saying if I have to go to the bathroom, I know where to go. It's, the question is some other things that are just more inconvenience than anything else, and if you're supervising a kid, you know, it's, so, I just wanted to say it out loud, because it's something we hadn't thought of until we were talking through the logistics of
Can we
implementing this policy, so.
Can't we just add, well, that might not solve the issue we're talking about, but for nighttime events in the plays,
Right,
during school
It's two
hours.
different issues, you're right.
Yeah.
Right.
Can you just
But
say,
during school hours,
During school hours.
school and district staff, parents, blah, 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 shall not use multi-student. I feel like at a basketball
Or-
game, it's no different than being in a
what if
restaurant.
you just say a
might walk
public-
into a restaurant with
what
a
if-
16-year-old kid
right,
or an 8-year-old kid.
you could say except during public events after school hours,
Yeah.
right? Because then the
Outside
bathrooms are
of
open to
school
everyone.
hours.
What happens if a public event, it's during school hours?
Well, that's why we'd say a public event outside of school
At the
hours.
high school,
Because if
It's
it's
not
during
there.
school hours, you don't want adults who are visiting going
You
into
think
this
in
bathroom.
elementary school, you have those
Right.
assemblies
Yeah.
with parents there at the
Yep.
yeah,
Right.
the number of faculty bathrooms for all those adults.
Well, I guess I don't know why the additions were put in there, and it just didn't speak with what it did before. Like staff shall have access to staff-only multi-user restrooms, and not need to put in the parent visitor piece. I don't know.
Well, it wouldn't make sense that we would let parents and visitors go into the student
And not
bathroom and not staff, right?
But then I don't know how you,
Yeah.
like you're saying, like with all
Right.
the elementary
Right.
school.
Yeah, because I didn't think about elementary school.
Yeah.
They do have
Right.
more events during the school day where there's multiple adults.
I'm going to one of them.
Yeah, I didn't, right.
In here, buildings.
There's very few during the day at the high school. I mean, there's some. but-
And I guess it's because the staff know where the staff bathrooms are, and the staff have their own bathrooms. Where I feel like when visitors come in, you're not always sure about where all that is.
Right, right.
So,
I wonder if you designate during those events, you'd have to have, and I'm not trying to make it more cumbersome, to identify them as,
The event bathroom.
yeah, event bathroom or
Well,
something.
they are
Maybe-
usually,
Yeah.
the parents aren't wandering, the schools are.
Yeah, but hold on, it
one
says,
area where you
but
could-
wait a second, it says multi-user bathrooms. At the elementary schools, what you're talking about, those are single-user bathrooms.
No, they have a like outside the
Yeah.
gym. There's
There
a
are
multi-user,
only,
yeah.
there are only two, and I mean, all elementary schools have multi-user bathrooms. There are only two elementary schools that have a single use in the majority of classrooms.
Because
Kids
I'm-
are using multi.
Because I'm
Side of the gym,
picturing,
you come in, there's
West
two.
Rock Hill's one of them.
West Rochester has
Right.
single use and it's.
Yeah.
And there's only
first,
two
but
that are
it's
designed that way.
outside
There
by
are
the
5
gym.
of them that at the primary level, it's either K through 2 or K through 3, depending on the school design. They have single use in the classroom. So for the most part, the kids, unless they're in special, are using that bathroom. But then at the intermediate hall, the 3rd through 5th or 4th through 5th, they are using multi-user bathrooms.
I guess I don't think I've ever seen parents go into a multi-user elementary bathroom that kids go into. You have?
I mean,
What's near the
during,
cafeteria?
there's a
Yeah,
whole bunch
right.
of picnic or whatever.
Yeah.
Right.
Open house.
Or
Field
garden
day.
celebration.
A big event.
Yeah, it's a big
Yeah.
event.
Sex space, is that an issue? Is that?
Well,
Oh,
we're
it's
just,
still all-
yeah, we're just trying to say that we didn't want this, if you didn't want staff in those bathrooms, then you said visitors.
And I think it's like what you said, you'd have to have it, I don't know, event or some kind of sign for during the school day for visitors and staff, and then,
And you really would eliminate kids from it. Right, during the event, you would tell the kids you can't go into this bathroom because we're making it an adult bathroom, like an
No, I
extra
feel like
adult
after
event
school-
bathroom.
I feel it's
Oh,
common
yeah,
practice,
I'm
yeah,
sorry.
like after
Yeah, I
the
was-
school, like that would be in there, but then maybe during the school day, then it was more, it'd be more specific. Like, if there's an event too, then maybe, I don't know, there could be a plan. It's getting cumbersome, but
I
it
know.
could be a
Yeah.
plan.
Yeah, it feels comfortable.
I heard Ms. Jenkins say that is an after-school event the same thing as you're going out in public? And so the expectation for your bathroom is, there could be adults and kids in it, right? That's what I heard
Right,
you
like
saying.
if you go to
I go to a
dinner-
restaurant and there's no guarantee that an adult isn't gonna walk in on a child.
Right.
Now,
But
so
the point
is
of
that
it was
different if
if
you're at a
you're-
volleyball match?
I think your expectation it would be similar,
Yeah.
but my expectation would be different during the school day.
Yeah, that's.
But not in a time that it's open to the public, I think it's changed up. But
Well,
still
and
with
at
that, the
night, if
public
you're
would be,
here,
there still would be designated like, you don't think that as a member of the public, I could roam the whole school.
Yeah.
Right,
and find a
right.
bathroom, You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, the only thing would be back to school night, that there are, there are very few kids there. There's not no kids there, but there are very few.
That would be
kids
considered an after-school event, technically.
Right,
Not like
Right,
during the
yeah,
school
if you
hours.
separate out after-school events,
Yeah.
that solves a lot of the
Yeah.
issues,
Sure
right,
does.
that we're talking about. Those,
That's right.
Or during or during.
Yeah, but that's
Yeah.
like a parent
Parent
event.
consent, yeah,
Yeah,
parent,
that's-
somehow we have to define that.
Right, because like a word will not be after school, so, but some are during the day.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't know, I guess I also see visitor, the difference between a visitor whose parents chaperoning, right, in an elementary school going in and using the bathroom, as opposed to a visitor who's in for some other function that's not a parent.
Going to see
You know
a
what I mean?
show.
That, but I feel like you get into crazy territory trying to define different
Sorry,
categories
the
of
good
visitors.
adult.
You know?
You're the good kind of
Not
visitor,
good
not
enough.
the bad, yeah.
The bad people aren't gonna follow the policy anyway, so.
I mean, that's
We'll
true.
make it too restrictive on all the
Mhm.
parents gonna
Well, then I definitely say we make that change to say like after school,
During school hours.
yeah, and during school hours separation. And then I don't know if maybe each building would have to come up with their own plan for if they're having a writing celebration with parents, I don't know, maybe they would have to come up with their own, what would best suit.
Yeah, like we're gonna have to live, it's just a different lens to live it through. We're gonna have to
Yeah.
live it and be like, what is the inconvenience
So
really?
saying, after school, public events after school for now.
During school hours. Versus
After
outside of school hours versus.
So can
during
we,
school
can
hours.
we preface the staff restroom access with during school hours?
Yeah.
I think that makes sense.
Does that, because then the implication is outside of school hours, this doesn't apply. Is that enough? Is that?
Yes.
Right.
Mhm.
It alleviates both the front and the back side
Okay.
before school.
I had a question about the paragraph on the screen, that last sentence under student locker room
Mhm.
access. So if right above, we're saying any student who has a need or desire for increased privacy, regardless of the reason, should be provided with an alternative,
Mhm.
period. Is the last sentence
They took that.
necessary? Is
That
it
it's eliminated, it doesn't show that it's strict.
just the word,
Right,
right?
right.
Is that whole sentence even?
keep their,
Oh, I understand what you're
Right,
saying.
because
You're
if-
saying, is it redundant? Do the
Yeah,
second and
we're
third
gonna
sentence say the same
accommodate
thing?
whatever
Right.
your request is.
I hear what
it's
you're
a little
saying.
more specific.
I think what they're saying is they're not gonna do it in a way that,
That's reasonable.
it violates your privacy.
Right, right. Is that the definition of reasonable, that you're not really violating anything?
It's fine, I was just,
Okay.
seemed like we were gonna do it no matter what, so.
Can I ask one question about staff restroom access, just going back to our high school teachers as far as what they're able to go into the bathroom for, can they go in and wash their hands, can they go in and do those things, just so that we can have an idea, are we going to
The teacher.
identify what use is gonna look like for
I
staff?
think we're getting way too into the weeds. I think they should,
But that makes sense then. She's saying, are they gonna
The
go
question
have
is,
good
can an
at
adult go into a kid's bathroom? That, and outside of a discipline, no, well, really any adult, but it's primarily staff, right?
Right.
That is how we read the intent of this. That the intent of this paragraph is that adults should not be going into kids' bathrooms unless it's an emergency or discipline.
right, and if you're opening that door, you're
So
opening that
that's-
door to parents,
right,
visitors,
that's-
everyone else to go in and grab a paper
Well,
towel,
can't
wash
you
their hands, or do
can't
whatever you're
Well,
talking
can't
about.
we can't
between
differentiate-
staff and
yeah.
visitors?
Because like our
I mean-
security needs to be going, our principals, I mean.
Teachers.
Right, but
But
they're,
he's
but
saying
again, they're
outside of
going in for all
discipline.
those things. It's saying you can't, you're not using the same bathrooms, you're using different multi-user bathrooms.
Right, security doesn't
For
mean you
privacy.
use them.
Right,
Right,
use
that's-
them, right.
Right, that's what
But
I'm
So
saying.
the question is, if I go in to wash my
I think that's
hands,
what general says.
right, because it's the one near my room and I just spilled something on my hands and I need to quickly, I'm sticky, I'm a science teacher. Can I walk across the hall and wash my hands? But that's using a student bathroom. They're the questions we're gonna get. I do understand we're in the weeds, but we do need to think through in terms of what's the intent of the policy so we can enforce the intent. And right? So-
Because now that I think about it, that almost reads like adults aren't allowed in, which is the worst thing I could ever say.
Oh, that's true.
No, it says they can't use them.
Well, that's
Shall,
the
well,
same
shall
thing.
have access to staff only.
Shall not use.
So then he's multi-user, student.
Okay.
What is-
Shall not use, okay, I guess, fair enough, yeah. Versus enter.
Yeah, right.
Right.
Did we
I would be fine if they
clarify
had to
that
wash
for
their
each?
hands, I'm just
Because
saying.
I don't think we did.
I mean,
Staff.
unless you put something at the end and you would say, an exception to this would include going into the bathroom to, for disciplinary, you spell it out, specifically that way.
An example.
I would make. it
But I think it
Yeah.
already says that by just saying
Does it?
using.
Well, use could be a variety of things too, but I'm using it to get a paper towel, I'm using it to wash my hands, I'm using it.
Do you guys have paper towels in your bathrooms? If you don't, it's just the
But using, but hold on,
The student one.
but don't we want using to it? don't we want using to include that? Do you want someone who's coming in and doing
Because then somebody's
construction
gonna
on
go
the
in and say, hey, I'm
building?
just using
going
this to
into
get paper
the-
towel. Yeah.
I think we
Kids'
have
bathroom.
to differentiate staff from all the other people. Like, yeah, and a parent shouldn't be able to go in, a visitor shouldn't be able to go in,
Yeah.
like
Yeah,
a
but we-
delivery man shouldn't be able to go in. Staff is different than anybody else. We can't have it written that potentially staff can't go into a bathroom.
Yeah, but
because
it doesn't say they can't go into it, it says they can't use it. We already,
But I like what
we
you
already
said
said
for
that.
discipline, you know, make that at the end for disciplinary purposes or,
Emergency.
Can I work with that a little bit?
yeah, work with it.
Please.
Get something back to you.
Just to make-
You're
we don't
much
wanna
more creative.
When people are
Okay.
using the word uses.
All right, so anything else before we move to the next policy?
Oh, wait, before we finish that, I did want to bring up the vote we took last week for this,
So
the
close.
implications of passing this policy so that the public is aware of it, because it's important. So with the policy we did pass, said there will be multi-use bathrooms for only biology, is that correct? Multi-use bathrooms. So that was similar or exactly the same, depending on advice that the Boyertown district years ago. That's correct?
No, they.
Very similar according to my opinion of what our legal counsel
Ron, no, it was
said.
actually the opposite. They actually,
They-
Boyertown actually made bathrooms that were based on gender.
Yes.
Theirs were based on gender,
I
not
understand,
biology.
but
So it was the
the
exact
concept
opposite
from
situation.
What Mike told us was,
You can't,
we would
Ron,
be-
we've
we are-
had this
okay,
conversation about sharing.
Please let me finish. So, okay,
but you
whether
could-
that's true or not, the council's advice, my opinion.
Okay, Ron, you know
was
what?
that
You're
we
out
would
of
be-
order.
Why?
You've been told you're not supposed to be sharing legal advice in a public
Okay.
meeting. We've asked you numerous times. Please stop.
Okay.
And share your opinion.
My opinion of this is, that's why I said that in the beginning, that there's a good chance that we're gonna go to court if we do this. But the problem with that is, and this was explained to me, is, my opinion is, there's gonna be an injunction. It's usually done within 3 to 4 weeks after somebody files a suit. I think it happened with the state case just recently. So in that, an injunction usually forces us to keep the existing policy we have in place.
We don't have an existing
We
policy.
do have one that we are following.
We don't have
Very
it, that's a
clearly and
procedure,
right-
that's not a policy.
and this is what we've gotten complaints about from the parents. The parents have said, we don't like a free-for-all. We don't want everybody having access. And that's what we're doing now, and an injunction will make us continue that. And when it goes to court, it's gonna take years. So we're looking at the possibility of keeping in place what we're doing now, which we all agree is bad. I agree it's bad. I don't like what we're doing. But if we get sued and an injunction is in place, we will have to carry on what we're doing for the next few years, which I don't want to have to answer the parents to do that. What we're suggesting, or what we should have passed, is taking one of the 12 multi-use bathrooms and making them gender-based. Just one. The others would be accessible to all the students who are uncomfortable going into them, right? So we're not really hurting those kids. We're taking one bathroom out of 12 away from them. Now, if we do this and we end up getting sued, and there is an injunction, we have to answer the parents why we have to stay with the existing policy for a few years, potentially, where it is this free-for-all, which I don't like, and I don't want to answer to the parents that we have to then say, well, we took this path of not taking one bathroom out of 12 multi-users in the high school and making that gender-based, but you can agree or disagree. But I don't know how you can answer to the public and say, look, we're stuck with what we got, which we don't want. We all admitted we didn't want it. And now we're going to be stuck with it for a few more years. We want to take that chance. I don't think it's worth it. That's why I voted against it. I'm still voting against it. Because what may end up happening is we're stuck with what we got. And I don't want to risk that. That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Proceed. Not to mention legal bills that are released.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else before we move to the next policy? Does anyone have anything they want to say?
No, please move.
Okay. All right, 906, public complaints. I believe there was one additional change, was just like adding one word somewhere.
Yeah, it was the very end of the policy. We replaced either party with the complainant, and then we added the word division chief at the end, based off of other, similar policy.
Any questions or concerns about that? All right, that brings us to the first reading. Dual and concurrent enrollment. So this was something that board members had talked about revisiting to make sure that we can broaden our dual enrollment access to students, because it's very limited as far as what kids have access to for dual enrollment and what they can get credit for in their day and in their schedules. So I printed out the policy and marked up my thoughts, and I'll share those. If anyone else has anything they want to share, we can share them and kind of go through and see who's in favor of different changes.
Is the policy this is how it exists presently?
That's how it exists presently.
We looked at it in June. Looks
Yep.
like it was reviewed about a year ago.
So under authority, it says, therefore the scheduling of high school courses takes priority over the scheduling of post-secondary dual current enrollment courses. I kind of, from my perspective, I feel like that's irrelevant, because students have to take all of their classes. They're going to take them at one place or the other and create their schedule around what works for them to satisfy their requirements. Then as you move to delegation of responsibility, I would take out the whole thing under delegation of responsibility, because I feel like we can just set what it is, and this is the language that I would suggest, to say student eligibility is determined by the college or university offering the dual enrollment courses. Penridge will not further restrict students and families who are paying for it at their own cost. I think it's important for kids to be able to take whatever classes they're paying for it, and they should be able to take classes accordingly. And then under guidelines, I would suggest taking out the first sentence that says they can only be used as electives, and replace that with language that says dual/concurrent enrollment course credit will be given based on the respective content areas to satisfy graduation requirements. They may also be used to satisfy electives.
Are you suggesting a student could take could take Algebra 2 and it would count?
Yes, that's what I'm suggesting. And then I feel like then most of the numbers, or most of the criteria below becomes obsolete, because the colleges have their own criteria. They have testing procedures to make sure that kids are college ready. And, they do that because obviously they don't want to let kids in who aren't going to be successful. So I would remove those restrictions and allow students to, and just leave the guidelines in place of what the colleges are requiring with their respective enrollment. That would still be leaving number 5 and number 6, but 1 through 4 are ones that I would remove, because they're adding criteria that's already there for the colleges. I don't think that we should be adding our own. And then nothing in this policy at the very bottom, that those last 2 sentences become obsolete at that point, because it's all already spelled out. But that is
You start with nothing?
where it says nothing in this policy precludes the board from offering high school courses which would take precedence over comparable college courses. That becomes obsolete if students can choose. And then it talks about the ability to make exceptions, but there's no real need to make exceptions because the criteria is already defined, so there wouldn't really be a need to have exceptions. It's already spelled out. There wouldn't be any exceptions to make, because it would be up to the college.
Right.
So that's why that becomes obsolete. So those would be my suggested changes. And I think that there's a lot of, a great deal of opportunities for kids to be able to get their college degree, their at least an associate's degree, and really balance their schedules. Families are paying for it, and I think that we should give them the flexibility to individualize their own education.
And this is courses that they could take anywhere and get credit here for completing it in addition to credit with the college, is what you're saying, right?
Right, so you could go to the Bucks County Community College and take, whatever courses you want there.
But
and
it's
it would
not any
apply.
college, right? It's only the ones that we have.
That would be any.
Right, it would only be colleges that we have a dual
So like
enrollment
Bucks
agreement
and
with.
Glenn. What, is
But
there another
the
one?
dual enrollment was different, I mean, the concurrent enrollment is different than the dual enrollment, right?
That is correct.
So concurrent enrollment, I could be a student at any, like I could be an online and take that class online and get credit for my credits here to graduate, right?
Correct.
Whereas the dual enrollment, it's something where they're paying our teachers or they're
No,
It
It
that's,
happens both
yeah,
ways. It
something,
happens
yeah,
both ways,
Hmm.
yeah.
to
Yeah,
do that.
you
Well,
both
it is interesting, I mean, it's hard concept in some way, we just went through this whole practice and policy of trying to control the controversial issues and everything else, and then you're just saying, phew.
no, we're
Yeah,
saying,
you
we're
can
saying
get-
parents can choose and
Right,
pay
so
for whatever
parents are
courses they want
I
for their
know,
kids
but
to
they're not
take.
controlling anything of that
Part of their
curriculum.
graduation for Penn.
Right, so they would get credit for curriculum,
Shouldn't
for
we
Penn Ridge
approve that
credits,
curriculum
for,
too?
yeah. for-
No, I think if parents,
Right,
you
the whole part
sign
of
off
Resolution is
on
having parents
kids
opt their
taking them
children
there,
in and have that.
every
But I'm
student's-
sure- I don't know
every
whether they're gonna
student's
see
different.
who's gonna look at their curriculum? I mean, what college allows the parents to look at the curriculum of the college, you know what I
That's a
mean?
parent choice.
Right.
No, I know, but I don't know of any college that would give the parents you can come in and look at the curriculum and sign off. The kid, usually it's an adult at that point, so I can't even see my kid's grades without his consent. You know, so it's a little
Because
bit, it's a little bit weird.
Because your kid's over 18.
Right, exactly.
Right, these kids aren't, so you can.
Do the colleges do that for kids
Yeah,
that are not under
but
18?
my
So
son
they
did
they'll
dual
say, hey,
enrollment.
you can go through it, and they're gonna be with other adults then too, right? So they're gonna be using bathrooms with adults.
Again,
in
that's a
those
parent,
facilities.
that's a
I
parent
know, but it's
decision.
just, they're somewhat inconsistent. a little bit.
Right, you gotta share your story about it. 'cause
I'm a
that-
huge fan of it. So my son did dual enrollment, and he just finished his freshman year. He has 2 years left with a bachelor's because of his dual enrollment
So
courses.
it's saving $37,000.
But
Yeah.
is he going to the school, or is it
No.
online?
No, he took
He's-
classes at Bucks,
Okay,
graduated from Faith, but those courses between dual enrollment and his Faith courses ended him, he like knocked a year off of college. NAP was 2 of them. But it was, he'll graduate a full year ahead of time, which to me is just money saved.
Would it be appropriate for a student to graduate without ever stepping inside Penn Ridge High School? Except in an extreme circumstance, because this change would allow a student to start college at 14 or 15, right? As long as
No,
they
that
take the
10th
right
grade.
high school
No.
classes, as long as they take the right high school classes,
Right.
they get credit for us, as long as they took 4 English and 3 math, because it doesn't sound like it would matter which ones they are.
Yeah, I mean, parents can pull their
So
kids
then
out and
they
put them in a
would-
side, like,
And I've thought of that, I've thought about what you're saying, but I just, it's, I don't know, I think about the money factor, and I think about, my own pathway, and if it would have been best that I wouldn't have had that, debt after graduating. I just think if it is part of like your pathway and it's your school choice, like if your first school choice, and I feel like if it is best for their, I don't know,
Well, you're
their,
paying the same amount of money to go to whatever the 4-year college is as to whether you go, right? You're just paying it when you're 15 instead of when you're 19.
no, I thought that it's
no,
three.
we have
The
I mean, we have
the
deals
agreements.
we have agreements, so we
With
pay.
some.
Right, like so
some.
at Bucks
With
County
some,
Community
that's fine,
College,
but that's still.
You get-
And
you get a
generally,
discount.
it's only some courses, right? Most of our dual enrollment, and not our concurrent, our dual enrollment agreements are for specific courses, not for any course you want to take. And so when you talk about dual and concurrent, they are 2 different things. The other piece, and I mean, I can't tell you how passionate I am in terms of this being a bad idea. When we had this conversation in June, what I kept parking back on, because we were talking about supplant and we were talking about remedial, right there, because really number 2 and number 3 talk about, you can't take algebra 2 because we have algebra 2, right? You can take microbiology because we don't have microbiology, right? So that's a different conversation. But if we offer it, right, the amount of time, so that it's more time, it's more curriculum, it's our curriculum, it's our teachers, and it's more care, right, in terms of being able to watch the student, right? You've all had some version of college, or at least understand the picture of college. The amount of time you have with an adult is minuscule compared to in a high school experience. So, is there some percentage of kids who could never step foot in Penridge and be successful? There may be some percentage. My fear is that the percentage that will try to take advantage of this and not be successful, right? And then to say that our curriculum and our teachers and the amount of time to do Algebra 2 or biology or whatever course you want to fill in there, I think it's a really bad idea to say that what happens in Penridge High School is not the priority, and that we do need to open up opportunities. There are far more opportunities now than there were 5 years ago, and there will be more 5 years from now than there are now for kids to be able to do exactly what you're talking about without going for anything, right? Because my guess would be I don't think Faith let them go for anything, but I don't know their policy.
So some kids are self-driven and operate
think it
better
would
when
be
they're
the very
working more
driven kids that would do
independently
this.
as opposed to in that setting. And that's why we're saying, different kids learn differently and they should be able to take courses and make that decision.
Which is why we put the
I
last
spoke
line
to
of
an
the policy in
expert.
June, right?
I
That's why
spoke-
we added exceptions are approved by the superintendent, which was new in June.
And
for
I think that
very
parents are
purpose.
the better, I think the parents are the better choice to make that decision. It's their money, it's their kid. And I also think that, I spoke to an expert at the college who actually, at a college who runs dual enrollment. I'm not gonna put that name out, but I'll just say that this is also someone who grades AP tests. It's someone who scores them. And his opinion was that dual enrollment is far better for kids. He has graded the AP tests. He thinks that dual enrollment is the better way to go. He said that, you take a course and you still have to take this test to get credit for the course, even though you already did the work, you already got a good grade in that class, and now you still have to take a test to get credit for what you already did, as opposed to getting credit. A lot of colleges don't take some of the APs, and so then you could do that and not even get credit, as opposed to, actually taking it in a college and automatically getting that credit, and the
There's
comparison.
nothing to prevent a parent from enrolling the student in the program, but it's just about whether they get credit here. I mean, if they're driven, they're gonna be driven to do it regardless, but it's about whether they get credit here at Penridge for college classes they're taking elsewhere.
Right, and why wouldn't they? If you want to take it at the college because you learn better in that setting, that you're a more self-driven kid and you learn better in that scenario, then you should have that option. I don't see why we'd be restricting. Why are we trying to put everybody in a bubble? Let parents. I mean,
I feel like it would be a
parents
more
are
small
paying for it.
percentage
You're not going to
than
put your
like-
kid. You're not going to put your kid in the college if you don't think they're going to be successful. And if you do, and they don't pass it, they don't get credit for it, right? So
What
either
are the
you.
colleges that are accepting kids that haven't graduated from high school?
There's.
I mean, it's just they just say you can take a class. I mean, what
No,
is that all about?
there's eligibility criteria that they have to meet to get in. They have to be college ready. They have to take testing to show that they are, that they're college ready to be able to take certain courses. And then certain courses have a higher standard than others and different prerequisites. And colleges set that because they don't want kids to be coming in who aren't going to be successful either. So they already have all of that criteria in place.
It's just something to think about. I feel like, again, I feel like it's a small percentage of students that would do it, but if that is the choice of their pathway and if they know exactly what they want to do, I would hate to just say, no, you can't do that. I don't know. And then I just think it sets them up.
They can do it. It's just whether they get credit. It's like their extracurricular activity or another job. They're doing college while they're doing high school, but it's just whether the high school would have to give credit for that or not.
Well, what's going to happen is we're going to lose more kids to cyber schools where they can do
At
all
least
of
a
that and
small
they don't have those
percentage,
kinds of
I guess.
restrictions. I mean, look at that kid. Forget how old is that kid? He was in the papers. Is he like 12 years old? He's like the Doogie Howser or whatever of Bucks
But in
County who
essence,
just
you've
graduated from college.
But think about this though, Megan. You've already lost the kid if they're taking the classes elsewhere. So they might as well be going to school a different place because they're not coming here. So there's no difference
Right.
as
So
it
why?
relates to the
So
school.
why not? So why not open the
Well, I'm not sure
opportunity
whether
for them
you
to do
wanna
a
make it
combination?
easier for kids. I don't know. I mean, part of it, there's a benefit to the collective learning, and I think if you lose students that are going that path, the people who aren't that driven lose out from that.
But
that
why should we,
input.
why should we make that decision for everybody else's
You're not,
kids?
you're saying, hey, if you want to be an overachiever, that's great, go to it, but don't affect the learning environment of the rest of the school.
You're not, you're only
Right,
affecting your
it's
own
only
learning
if they
environment. How are
choose
you
to take
affecting
that
other
choice,
people's?
I guess
I
that's how I
agree,
look
but
at it.
then you could, yeah, but it's just a matter of whether you're gonna give credit for a class that's not being taught here at the school. So it's us giving credit for a class that's being taught outside the school.
And
Right.
and you don't think it's worth the high school
I don't-
diploma? I think that's like,
Or why would, I think they should do it, but I think they should fulfill their requirements.
If it's
for the
worth,
school,
if
but then
they,
that's no different than just getting your
Yeah.
high school and then going to
Or
college
taking it at the
afterwards.
same time, if they wanna take it while they're going to, as opposed to getting a part-time job, if they wanna go to college, that's great.
if they can pass a college level algebra
not
2
work,
class,
then
then they
that's
can
easy.
pass a high school level algebra
I
2
don't
class.
disagree.
They should be able to
Right.
get credit for it
So
then.
do we just, but then we go back to the same thing, why not just give everybody the GED test and say, if you pass that,
Well,
you can
because they
graduate.
are going and attending a class and learning the information. It's not
Yeah.
like they're going and
Still talking
figuring it
about
out
very small
themselves.
percentage.
We're
Right,
talking
and
about
that's why I
such
think
a
it's
small, I
important.
think it's gonna be like the
Combination,
really
we
driven kids.
But I don't see why we restrict, like, I hate that argument that, well, we're talking about a small number of kids, so we should just restrict it so that small number
No,
of kids
I
can't
didn't
do
say
it.
that.
If it's not
No, this is
impacting
what
other
I
kids,
said.
then what's the
It said
problem?
go ahead with it,
Right.
because it's only,
Yeah.
if it becomes a problem, is what it said.
Oh, okay.
Then we would revisit it, but why restrict it? if it's
Yeah,
only
I think the
people?
numbers are so de minimis, it's ridiculous to even
Yeah,
think about
if
it. I
it
mean,
becomes half.
not everyone's
then-
Sheldon walking around with a IQ of 175. It's just not, it's not there.
But the
And I
current
think-
policy
Like
is
my
written for
children.
Sheldon, the new policy would be written for anyone who wants to do it.
No, because if you
The
don't
current
pass
policy
the
requires
courses,
the
you can't get credit for
superintendent
it.
to pass the
Right.
exception.
You still have to pass.
You have to pass the
That's
test, you
what
can't
it
get
has
credit for a
Right.
class you fail. So if you can pass that college level course, you should get credit for it.
Well, and too, like, my son definitely isn't Doogie Howser, but he was driven and he got A+ in all the college courses he took, and,
You got high school credit?
he did that, yeah,
And he doesn't have to go 1 year
And
of
you get
college.
credit for it in high school.
So huge.
4
Do you
altogether,
have
I
to pay
think.
for the credit in high school?
You pay, but you're paying for
The
a
college
Bucks
gets
class
the money.
instead of where he goes now, it's like,
So it would have been the same.
7,500 a credit,
So
and
it would
they're
have
at
been the same
600.
had he gone to Bucks after he graduated, from a cost standpoint.
No, I think they have,
Right.
don't-
No, it was
There was a
cheaper to
discount.
take the course
Because
as a
they-
high
because
school,
the
because they have
agreement-
some agreement,
Right.
just like we have.
Agreements with some, yep.
right.
Yeah, so you are taking a college course, if you took the same course after he graduated, it might have been 1,500, and I think we paid 4 because whatever arrangement he has with,
Yeah, state contract.
yeah.
Okay.
And I do think there might be kids who are like, oh, cool, I can take it there. And you know what? And then they're not going to get as good a grade. And those kids who aren't really driven are probably going to be like, I'd rather come back here and get a better grade because I have more attention with the teacher, help.
Right.
If there's even one student that could benefit from it, why not?
I know.
Well, who was it? Tom Skiffington? Because didn't we used to have this?
He
and
had 2
switched it?
kids, and the
Yeah.
rules
There's
changed
another lady who spoke
between
too.
when one of his
At
kids
one of
was
the
in high
windows.
school. You're talking about Tracy Hill, who
Okay.
was the guidance counselor here, who really helped facilitate access for kids to be able to do all of that. She really worked hard to help kids with their individual pathways, and there were so many kids who benefited from that program, and then it changed. And so she was sharing story after story after story of all of these kids, who really benefited from those opportunities that were then pulled away from them.
Yeah.
And, I just think it's a shame that other people then missed out on those opportunities. And Tom Skiffington did come in and shared, how different the experience was from one kid to the other, because one was able to take advantage of that opportunity and the other one wasn't, so. Okay. All right. So if everybody's good with that, we'll move to, well, we actually already did surveys, right? I think we beat
Yes,
that
let's
horse to
not go
death.
there.
So, and then we'll circle back and, if we can get something back in time, we'll post it and then we can make a decision at the meeting whether or not to, vote on first read or table it if people still, have concerns and kind of go from there. Okay?
Public comments?
And that brings us back to public comment. Joshua Hogan, West Rock Hill Township.
That was a very functional meeting, so thank you. There's been a lot of dysfunction. This was contentious. As an outside observer, I was a little worried for a while, but I think that that was very functional. So I'm sorry to extend that functional meeting for another couple of minutes, but I do want to respond in defense of the sex-based policy against the statement about injunction. This, two things about this. First of all, myself, a lot of people probably don't agree with it as a foregone conclusion that there's going to be an injunction and we're screwed. The same thing was said about Eastern Lancaster County School District when they passed their policy. Nobody ever did anything. There wasn't even a lawsuit, let alone an injunction. Considering the 11th Circuit ruling and the current political situation here, I would almost consider it to be less likely than likely to happen. But that being said, let's assume that a lawsuit and a resulting injunction are a foregone conclusion. This point that was brought up about the girls that are in the high school right now, let's solve the problem for them. I have heard that from multiple board directors on all sides of this. So it's clearly something that is thoughtful. I want to respect the idea as being, it's about caring and compassion for the girls who right now need a solution to this situation. So I don't want to paint it as like, okay, we just don't want to talk about gender identity and the ideology. But the fact remains that, okay, there are about 1,200 girls in the high school right now, and we want to give them a solution. What about the 10,000 girls that are going to go through the high school by the time I'm an old man? I don't want to put a situation in place for our community where we're expressly adopting this gender identity that I think our community as a whole considers dangerous, especially to girls, just because we have 1,000 girls right now who really need a solution. I certainly, my heart tugs at the situation. It sucks to think, oh my God, there could be an injunction, they could get screwed, what's the best thing to do? So what I've heard from the board directors is, yeah, consider a policy that will solve the problem right now without that risk. And I really respect that. I do think that it's thoughtful, I think it's academic and intellectual. For me, this is about where is our community going? And as a school board, the idea is to provide oversight to the school district. The school district is the community. I believe the school district is a community. Where is this community going? And it should circle all the way back to a very foundational conversation. Do you want gender identity ideology to be born into the physical structure of our schools, or do you not? And that's over a long terms, the next 40 years and the 10,000 or more girls that are going to go through the high school across all that time. That's the big picture that matters. Again, I feel horrible because I know a lot of parents who have girls in this high school right now who want this problem solved. But the purpose of the board is to think bigger and beyond that and make sure that the community is moving in the right direction. So just an encouragement to stick with the policy and pass it on Wednesday night. Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you. So, I just wanted to say, too, I think that all the board members have really struggled with trying to make sure that, they weigh everything, and try to make the best decision for kids, and I appreciated that from everyone. I think that this has been, a difficult topic, right? But I think that everybody has genuinely come to the table trying to, do the best they can. So I think everybody has, so